Welcome to the technical workshop on real-world metadata for regulatory purposes. My name is Paolo Alcini, and together with my colleagues Jesper Kjern and Xavier Kurz, we will guide you through this workshop in the afternoon. I would like to give you some housekeeping notes. So by default, all the attendees are muted, and the end of session 1, 2, and 3, and 4, we have allocated time for audience discussion. If you wish to speak, please, you need to raise your hand by clicking on the icon in the lower right corner of your screen. At that point, when the co-chair gives you the floor, you will be unmuted by the host. Please introduce yourself and be brief in order to give others a chance to speak. Once you have spoken, please remember to click on again on the icon to take your hand down. The chair will give you the floor in a way that tries to balance stakeholder groups and respect the time constraint. We may not be able to give the floor to everyone. You can share your thoughts via the chat box. You can find the chat box in the lower right corner of your screen. When using the chat box, please ensure that you send the message to everyone, as we cannot monitor private intervention. Due to the time restriction, we may not be able to read your comments during the meeting. Please be assured, however, that we will read them all and we will take good note of them. At this point, it is my pleasure to introduce Nikolai Brun, Director of the Division responsible for Medical Strategy and Innovation at the Danish Medicine Agency and co-chair of the joint HMA-EMEA Big Data Steering Group for the opening remarks. Nikolai, can I give the floor to you?
Thank you very much, Paolo. Yes, indeed, you can. And it's also my great pleasure as one of the two co-chairs of the Big Data Steering Group to welcome you to this workshop on real-world metadata for regulatory purposes today. It's important to note that metadata is something that has been very much on the agenda of the Big Data Steering Group all the way from when it was not a steering group, but indeed a big data task force established by the HMA and EMA jointly in 2017. It's also important to note that this is not happening as a single event, but it's happening in a broader context where particularly the European health data space is playing an important role in outlining the path forward towards the use of data in the European Union area going forward. And the output from this workshop will be extremely valuable in bringing out the regulatory perspectives in this context. The metadata workshop and its outputs are key elements also in the context of the establishment of the Data Analysis Real-World Interrogation Network, which is also called Darwin EU, and is recommendation number 1 from the Big Data Task Force in the report published in January 2020. It's also important that the work that we do today in the metadata workshop and its output will be very valuable in establishing data discoverability in a regulatory context more broadly, also beyond the Darwin EU initiative. So the slides and the agenda already touch upon this, and we see this workshop as being a very valuable contribution to this. The objective of today's workshop is to review and gather input broadly from stakeholders on especially 3 topics that I list here. A preliminary list of metadata required for characterizing real-world data sources and definitions to fulfill regulatory use cases. Secondly, that the proposed options for metadata from real-world data sources collection and maintenance processes should be discussed. And finally, that a proof of concept catalog of data sources and metadata should be seen as a goal of creation that we're working towards from this workshop today. As I said, the Big Data Task Force already in its report from 2020 sets the stage. And Stephania will come back to this after my brief introduction. But it's important to bear in mind that recommendation number 3 of the Big Data Task Force was indeed dealing with metadata. It was broadly dealing with data discoverability, where identifying key metadata for regulatory decision-making on the choice of data sources, strengthening the current MSEP data resources database to signpost the most appropriate data and promote the use of FAIR principles in terms of findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable is very much at the forefront of this recommendation. The Big Data Steering Group report was published, I think, last month, which outlined what has been happening since the Big Data Task Force became the Big Data Steering Group, and what has happened in the year 2020, which has otherwise very much been dominated by COVID and the COVID pandemic. Well, actually quite a lot. You will notice that on all the top 10, which are now top 11 recommendations, including recommendations on veterinary medicines, progress has been made in 2020. And you'll notice on data discoverability that a study was initiated to establish metadata for real-world data. Furthermore, a work plan for the Big Data Steering Group was published on the HMA and EMA websites, where you can follow the progress of all the top 10, top 11 recommendations. And you'll notice that the ambitions are high for 2021. The purpose is that we want to initiate enhancement of an EU catalogue of real-world data sources. We want to guide and create best practice guides on metadata for regulatory purposes. And indeed, one of the key goals of 2021 is indeed to host the workshop that we have on metadata today. Just before I end this brief introduction, I just draw your attention to what is actually mentioned in the Big Data Task Force report on the topic of metadata. It's primarily dealt with in section 5.4 on data discoverability, but also in subsequent chapters. It says primarily that for big data approaches, it is essential that automated data processing algorithms efficiently identify appropriate data sets based on the information provided by the metadata of a respective data set. The metadata have to have a format that is readable by the used data processing algorithm, and FAIR principles suggested, as I just outlined before, that metadata should be generous and extensive and should include information about the context, quality, and condition or characteristics of the data, and should not presuppose a purpose or user for the data. The US FDA and the Japanese PMDA already for patient-level data mandate CDISC standards for the data set. That's a bit beyond the scope of what we're discussing today, which is not so much RCTs and patient-level data submissions, but they also outline associated metadata for marketing authorization applications. And it is indeed very important to note that real-world data and metadata associated with real-world data is going to play a role also in future marketing authorization applications as we see this. And with that, I will hand back to the chair, and thank you very much. I'm looking very much forward to today's workshop, which I see has a full and rich agenda, and I think we're going to have a fantastic time discussing this important topic. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Nikolai. Now I would like to introduce our second speaker for the day, Stephania Simoe. She's a data scientist working in the healthcare data workstream within the Data Analytics and Method Task Force at the European Medicine Agency. She's providing scientific expertise and coordinating the Minerva project at the agency. Stephania, over to you.
Thank you very much for the introduction, Paolo, and hello everyone. Today I will present an overview of the HMA-EMA Big Data Task Force Priority 3 recommendation to enable data discoverability. In my presentation, I will highlight the current challenges, present the HMA-EMA Big Data Task Force recommendations, how real-world evidence can inform regulatory decision-making, the Minerva project and its steps and timelines. Starting with the current challenges in the regulatory setting, identification of appropriate real-world data sources is becoming an increasing need in regulatory decision-making. For example, for the long-term follow-up of innovative medicines or for post-authorization obligations for products authorized with a conditional authorization. Furthermore, data needs are becoming more complex. There is a need for data sources of sufficient depth and details in several European member states. And there is also lack of standardized information and statistics on real-world data sources. More specifically, data sets can be siloed by country, language, region, hospital, and even department. It is also resource-intensive to find suitable data sources and assess their characteristics and quality. And finally, pharmaceutical companies may establish new data sources, which means that there is duplication of effort and further fragmentation of the data landscape. In this slide, we can see the HMA-EMA Joint Big Data Steering Group 2-year work plan, which aims to address some of these challenges. So in my presentation, I will focus on the 3 recommendations that are relevant for our workshop, and these can be seen highlighted in the blue boxes. These are the data quality and representativeness, data discoverability, and EU network processes. And as can be seen, all 3 of them have several milestones until at least March 2022. To elaborate more on the recommendations, these 3 recommendations strengthen the need to have a comprehensive knowledge of what data sources are available and their characteristics, and transparency on study methods. Recommendation 2 is to establish an EU framework for data quality and representativeness by developing guidelines on data quality and by strengthening the process for data qualification through scientific advice. Recommendation 3 is to enable data discoverability. It is recommended to identify key metadata for regulatory decision-making on the choice of data source, but also to strengthen the current NCEP resources database. And finally, recommendation 5 is to strengthen EU network processes for big data submissions. It is recommended to develop guidelines on study conduct and reporting, and to enhance the existing EU PAS register. Now let's go to how the generation and assessment of real-world evidence can inform regulatory decision-making and where the metadata fits. In this diagram, in the blue arrows represent the steps in analysis process, starting from the research question, going to the selection of data sources, to the protocol and analysis plan, the data analysis and results, and finally the decision-making. And here we can see where the task force recommendations fit. Recommendation 5 on transparency and reproducibility of studies fits into the protocol and analysis plan and the data analysis and results. While recommendation 2 on data quality and recommendation 3 on data discoverability fit into the selection of data sources. More specifically regarding recommendation 3 that we are interested in for today, it is recommended the identification of existing data sources and their characterization, for example, by providing information on how data is captured, on the type of information captured and collected, on accessibility and representativeness. And now the green boxes represent the regulatory use cases for real-world data and metadata. And starting from the first one, metadata can assist in selecting a network for analysis, but they can also assist in doing a study and providing advice and recommendations. Also, they can assist in assess a research proposal. And finally, they can contribute to assess the evidentiary value of the results we get. To address recommendation 3 on data discoverability, EMA launched in November 2020 the Minerva project. The Minerva project stands for Metadata for Data Discoverability and Study Replicability in Observational Studies. The project has been contracted to RTI Health Solutions, which has formed the consortium, the Minerva Consortium, including 18 research centers in 12 countries. The planned duration of the project is 1 year, so it is planned to finish in December 2021. And here I would like to highlight that the concepts presented during this workshop are drafts for consultation purposes only, and those should not be interpreted as representing the formal position of EMA or HMA. Now, I would like to talk about the reasons for undertaking the study. So the first reason is to define the set of metadata for identification of data sources and description of their characteristics in order to, firstly, select suitable data sources to address specific regulatory use cases. Secondly, to assess data sources proposed in studies. Thirdly, to contribute to the assessment of the evidentiary value of study results. And finally, to guide the initial selection of data sources when creating a network. We also aim, as part of the project, to pilot the process of collecting the data sources and their metadata, including the development of a proof of concept tool to collect, search, and visualize this metadata. And finally, a bit of information about the steps and timelines. So the first step is the definition of set of metadata relevant for regulatory decision-making from real-world data sources, looking at metadata used by other regulators or organizations. The second step of the project is the consultation. So we have stakeholder engagement, consultation, and the metadata workshop we are having today. And the final step is the pilot. We aim to deliver the final list of metadata by the end of the 2021. And the metadata collection will be piloted for a limited set of data sources, covering different types of real-world data sources and formats. We will also deliver a good practice guide on data discoverability by the end of the year, which will include a description of the metadata and advice on use. And that's the end of my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention. Back to you, Paolo.
Thanks a lot, Stephania, for your presentation. Now, I would like to introduce our next speaker, Susanna Perez. She is the Vice President and Global Head of Epidemiology at RTA Health Solution. Susanna, can I pass the ball to you?
Thank you very much. Good day or good evening for those joining from other time zones. It's a great pleasure and an honor to present in this technical workshop an overview of the project Metadata for Data Discoverability and Study Replicability in Observational Studies, MINERVA. I will provide an overview of the background of the IMA call and the specific project objectives, also of the Knowledge Research Center in the consortium, as well as the data sources and countries that we cover, a description of the tasks and timelines, and I will also introduce the topics on which the workshop will focus. As you have heard, this project is related to 3 of the recommendations of the HMA Big Data Task Force in the areas of identification and of existing data sources and the characterization, recommendation 3, their quality, recommendation 2, and the transparency and reproducibility of studies, recommendation 5. The objectives of the project based on the IMA call for research are to define a list of criteria to identify relevant real-world data sources from which the data sources to be included in the studies will be selected, to identify a minimum of 10 such data sources, to define a set of metadata that should be collected, to conduct an in-depth stakeholder consultation of the metadata identified, to define a process to collect a set of metadata to be used in the project, to collect this defined metadata for the studies, and to provide a tool enabling access to the metadata collected. The final step will be to draft a good practice guide with a description of the metadata defined and recommendations on the use of the metadata for the purpose of identifying real-world data sources for a specific study. This and the following slide provides an overview of the key milestones and deliverables of this one-year project. The work conducted so far includes developing the preliminary list of metadata, as well as proposed options to collect them, and a proposal for a proof of concept tool catalog, which are the focus of this stakeholder consultation workshop. Following this workshop, we will integrate the feedback as we continue working on the project. The next steps will be the finalization of the list of metadata, piloting the metadata collection with the participating research centers, with access to the data sources, and populating the proof of concept catalog with the metadata obtained. The final deliverable will be the mentioned good practice guide summarizing the experience of this pilot and providing recommendations. As mentioned previously, the focus of the project is the definition of the metadata and the engagement with the stakeholders to reach broad agreement and the good practice guide. The visualization tool will act more as a proof of concept on how the data can be used and be visualized. The Minerva Consortium is a partnership of 18 knowledge research centers in 12 countries. At the core are research teams leading multi-database studies, most of them regulatory-driven over more than 2 decades. Most of these studies are regulatory-driven post-approval safety studies requested by the EMA, European Union, and other national agencies in Europe and beyond. From a funding perspective, these studies include calls from the EMA, FP7, IMI, as well as studies funded by marketing authorization holders and applicants to address regulatory post-approval requirements. The consortium includes 15 population databases and patient registries in 12 countries. The population-based databases have been part of the mentioned studies, and we are particularly privileged to include 3 special data sources with different approaches to data collections. The Patient Biobank in Estonia, the Patient Register of Inflammatory Bowel Disease in Spain, NEIDA, and the European Blood and Marrow Transplantation Registry, EBMT. The Minerva List of Metadata and Proof of Concept Catalog regulatory uses are study focused. The metadata and proof of concept catalog intend to be the basis upon which to build a system that will make working with data sources easier, and that should allow regulators and prospective investigators to identify data sources meeting the requirements for specific studies. The metadata in the catalog tool should also assist in the process of feasibility evaluation, protocol and statistical analysis plan design, data processing, and the development of analysis scripts. The catalog tool should also support the dissemination and evaluation of the resulting evidence, all under FAIR principles, and this effort should also strengthen the NCEP resource database. While most of the experience of this consortium is based on studies using real-world data for regulatory post-approval safety studies, the results of the project should also be applicable to other real-world database studies in the post-approval setting, like effectiveness studies or label extensions, as well as in the pre-approval setting, like comparators for single-arm trials. In response to some questions in the written feedback received prior to the workshop, we wanted to share the data source selection criteria, since this will not be was not identified a priori as a specific focus of the workshop. The selection criteria were developed as follows. Data source should collect health data routinely, and they can be either electronic care databases, claims databases, disease registries, or genomic data sets. Important thing is that they cover defined population at a local or a national level in countries in Europe. Data sources should collect patient-level data, specifically data on medicinal products utilization and demographic variables, including at least one of the following settings: primary care, secondary care, or hospital care. Data sources should collect patient-level measures of medicinal product use, and the critical elements are the timing of prescription, dispensing, administration of deliverable of the medicinal drugs, but they also should allow the estimation directly or by proxy of the duration of use and the cumulative doses. It would be a great value if they also capture the use of biologics, medical devices, and other medical products. Data sources should also meet the criteria of collecting data continuously and consistently, with no major systematic or prolonged temporal gaps. Data sources should be also collecting data in a structured fashion, within or with transformation or not into an existing common data model. Last but not least, data sources should have procedures in place to comply with applicable patient data privacy and confidentiality rules, allowing the use of this data for public health research. Moving back now to the focus of this workshop. The goal, as mentioned previously, is to receive your feedback on the topics covered in the draft report that was shared in advance of the workshop with participating registered organizations. And they are primarily in the three areas that are the priorities mentioned previously. One, the description and definition of preliminary list of metadata that should be collected from real-world data sources, and this has been developed based on publicly available information, as well as the structured interviews with organizations. Number two, the proposed options for the process to collect the data and to update them. And thirdly, the proposed catalog proof of concept tool to use for accessing, searching, and visualizing the collected metadata. We would like to thank you very much for your participation today, including especially all the registered participating organizations who have provided such detailed and constructive feedback to the report and survey in advance of the workshop. We're all looking forward to a very productive discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Susanna. Thank you for the presentation. This concludes the introductory session of this workshop, and I would like to pass the chairmanship to my colleague Xavier.
Thank you, Paolo. Yeah, thank you, Paolo. And I'm Xavier Kurt. I'm head of data analytics at EMA. I'm very honored to be chairing these two first sessions of this workshop, and these two first sessions will introduce the main components of the project and the conceptual framework, definitions, use case.
Thank you very much for the introduction, Xavier. So hello, everyone. To start this session, I will present a summary of the regulatory use case, as already mentioned in the previous presentation. As a starting point for developing the preliminary metadata list within this project, we considered a regulatory use case where metadata could be used to aid in data discoverability. We considered a case where there is a need for identifying data sources that are fit for purpose for a certain regulatory question in terms of the content captured within the data source and the population covered. Metadata collected and maintained within a catalog could facilitate the identification of suitable data, for example, via a search of information from existing studies with similar objectives, or by directly querying the metadata captured in the catalog. It's envisioned that the metadata list presented this afternoon should also support the transparency and reproducibility of studies and other activities that utilize routinely collected electronic health data in Europe. So this relates to the recommendations 2, 3, and 5 that you heard earlier in two previous talks. And in turn, we'd like to facilitate an understanding of the underlying data and interpretation and the value of analytic results that are generated using these data. So to illustrate the regulatory use case, we will show a short video clip. Now, please note that the video shows a very early stage concept for a catalog and is purely for illustration of the use case. Contents of the demo do not give a complete representation of real metadata on the data sources or institutions described and should only be viewed as a preliminary example. Real entries to a catalog would be made by the respective data source experts, and there would be some form of quality assurance in place in practice. So this video really aims to give a singular example of how a metadata catalog could be used in the regulatory space. Now over to the video.
How can a metadata catalog be used to support data discoverability?
Let's say I need to conduct a safety study for COVID-19 vaccines in Europe. Using the catalogue, I can see whether similar studies have already been conducted, view which institutions conducted the studies, and which data sources were used. Here's the Access study. I know this is about COVID-19 vaccine monitoring. There's a lot of available information, including a protocol, which I'll look into later. For now, it seems data sources they used could be useful for my study. This data source is composed of multiple Danish registries covering the Danish population, and multiple institutions have access to this data source, which could be useful. There's a vaccine databank and a hospital administration databank, which both look relevant. It seems that records are created in this databank whenever someone from the study population goes to a hospital, including outpatient specialist visits. Interesting. But I do think some of the clinical outcomes for my study will mainly be recorded in primary care. I can't find primary care coverage, so I'm going to have to look for an additional data source. This data source links databanks in some Spanish provinces. There's a single institution listed that provides access to this data source, the Spanish Regulatory Agency. So I found a data source from Denmark with a vaccine databank and a hospital databank, and a Spanish data source with a primary care databank which records vaccinations. Ideally, I'd like to include one more data source, not necessarily from Access. I'm not familiar with this data source, so I'll look into it further.
Okay, thank you, Romin, and we will certainly have the opportunity to discuss this conceptual framework later on, and also this regulatory use case and how to access the catalog. No, we will have a detailed presentation of the conceptual framework, and this presentation will be given by Rosa Gini. Rosa Gini is a pharmacoepidemiologist who is the head of the pharmacoepidemiology unit of IRES Toscana, which is a research center of the Tuscany region in France, Italy. Her main scientific interest is methodology for secondary use of electronic health care record for pharmacoepidemiology, and also she is an elected member of the NCEP steering group. So, Rosa, I give you the floor.
Thank you very much, Xavier, and thanks to everybody for joining this presentation, and it's an honor to have the opportunity to illustrate the conceptual framework that underpin our proposal for this important project. So I will first illustrate the background where we came from when we developed this conceptual framework. Then I will describe the conception study where this framework was indeed developed, and then I will discuss some implications of the findings of the conception study. So we are talking about conceptualizing European data sources, and to illustrate where we started 2 years ago when we initiated the conception study, I chose this very relevant and interesting paper written 3 years ago by EMA, which in some sense had a similar scope and purpose to describe healthcare databases in Europe for regulatory purposes. And so how were European data sources conceptualized and described in terms of wording? I'm going to highlight how this happened in the paper. So the first term that was introduced was indeed in the title, Electronic Healthcare Databases, EHDs. This term was followed, this is the introduction, by the term data source. Later on, there is the term prescription-only databases, and later product-specific or disease-specific registries. And then later on, the categories used to classify data sources are described in terms of structure, purpose, and type of data. And the sentence that I think is more clearly revealing that a concept was somehow latent in the mind of the authors and not completely captured by the words that they were using is the following. Several databases are linked to form a complete database. So, looking into standard concepts, what do we have at hand to describe data sources that are relevant for our purpose? So this is the list of standard terms from the glossary of the Clinical Data Interchange Standards Consortium. And we have the definition of electronic record, which is basically how the information is stored. We have the definition of data model, which is how the information is modeled. And we have the definition of database, which is, let's say, at a very high level, and the definition of data source, which is probably too specific and out of our scope because it refers to clinical trials. So this is what we used when we started to when we initiate the conception study. So the conception project is funded by the Innovative Medicines Initiative with a shared vision that there is a societal obligation to radically and rapidly reduce uncertainty about the safety of medication used in pregnancy and breastfeeding. And we started a qualitative study to identify a conceptual framework to represent data sources for the purposes of the conception project. And how did we do that? So we had 20 organizations with access to data, and the selection was based on their experience in pharmacoepidemiology and in particular pregnancy. The data source they had access to and their inclusion in the NCEP network, and a systematic characterization of such data source was conducted. First, we used the standard concepts that we had at hand, right? So data model is there, so we collected all their original information in about the data model and data dictionary in their original language, like Finnish, Spanish, Italian. Then we reviewed the data dictionary and we created a first draft of a written document where we our unit of observation initially was the table of each database. So there were relational databases, they had tables. We requested questions with respect to all the tables in their database. They produce a first draft of the answers, then we did an interview of 2 hours, then we finalized the document, and finally we went into content analysis of the documents themselves, and in a iterative process we identified the concepts that were latent in the documents and that were useful to represent in a conceptual framework the data sources. And these are the questions that are referred to the table. So our initial unit of observation was the table. So what triggers the creation of a record of a table? What is the population? How complete it is? How long it takes for the data to be accessed by your organization, and how old it is when you access it, and any other comment. And then, of course, dictionary and things like that. And what were the latent concepts that we identified? So basically, we realized that the table is a too granular unit of observation for to understand how a data source is composed, because many tables may actually be just the normalization of a same object. So we identified this notion of data bank, which is a collection of structured electronic healthcare data, which may be organized in one or several data tables and it is about a specific underlying population. It is mandated and sustained by an organization, the originator of the data bank, which is normally not the data access provider itself. And the information contained in this data bank is prompted by a specific class of events. Now, this is the data bank, and the data source is a collection of one or more data banks about the same population or with overlapping populations. And the data banks can be within the data source. They can be linked to one another at an individual level. The data access provider is the institution with an authorization, capacity, and expertise to process the data and interpret the result. So after identifying this latent concept, we classified the data banks that we had observed in the 20 organization in families. We identified 10 families of data banks, and then some other data banks we could not classify. And I will just give you 3 examples. So hospital administrative record, this is the most common data bank. It is originated by the healthcare payer of the healthcare system where the data bank is hosted. The data is collected by hospital, which are the healthcare service providers, and the prompt that create the record is always discharged from hospitalization. In some data banks, also specialists encounter in the hospital would prompt record, and in some data banks, access to emergency room as well. Or primary care medical records. This is a very rich data bank. It's a single data bank, but it contains really multiple tables because it goes from the prescription of drugs to the diagnosis to recording of laboratory results. It is originated by a network of primary care practices that sometimes are actually funded by a healthcare payer or a regulatory authority. Data are collected by the primary care practices, and the prompt is a contact between the patient and the primary care practice, which may be always in person, or in some data banks also online or via telephone. And an example that I think illustrates how important the concept of prompt is the birth registry, which is a very important data source, of course, for conception. It is originated by the public health authority or by the statistical authority sometimes. The organization that collect data can be hospitals or children health services or midwife. And the prompt for the records can be the delivery in hospital or the first visit to the child. And the content of the data banks, irrespective of the prompt, of the specific prompt, will be very similar. What is observed will be always be the same, but of course there is an important difference. That is, if the prompt is delivered in hospital, stillbirths will prompt a record, while if it is the first visit of a child, you will not find stillbirth in this data bank. And this, of course, is something that you cannot understand if you just analyze the content of the data bank, because it is really the prompt that makes the difference. And so we mapped our data banks to, the data sources of our 20 organizations to the 10 families of data banks. And these graphs shows to you the complexity of the picture that we find. We found 4 data sources having one data bank. 3 of them had a congenital anomaly registry only, and 1 had a primary care medical record data bank. But the vast majority had more than one data bank. Most of them had hospital administrative record and primary care, pharmacy dispensing record as a core. And then there are data banks that somehow describe the underlying population. But then there are also death registry, birth registries, induced terminations registry, exemptions from copayment. What are the implications from the study findings? First, institutions having one data bank are relatively uncommon, and even in this case, the originator of the data bank is not always among the institutions that provide access to the data source for regulatory purposes. As for data sources having more than one data bank, our understanding is that somehow they exist because there is at least one institution that has authorization capacity and expertise to link the data banks with each other at the level of individual persons. And again, the originator of the data banks are not among the institutions that provide access to the data for regulatory purposes. So access is generally mediated by a data access provider that is not the originator of any of its data banks. And the access is, of course, regulated by law. So we assume that the access is always legal, but there are, in general, agreements or regulation between the originator and the DAP, which may be more complex and are probably out of the scope of the catalog itself to describe or certify that there is a legal arrangement beyond data access. What is really important is that as a result of this complexity, access may be based on different and overlapping requirement. There may be simply the institutional purpose of the organization that allows access, or there may be a licensing agreement, like purchasing a license. And often, or almost always, access is linked to a research question as embedded in a protocol. So this is the conceptual framework that underpins the 6 domains that are represented in the in our proposed catalog. So studies are really the place where data access is allowed in many data sources, and institutions are both the institutions that provide data access and those that which may be overlapping, those that write the protocol and write the report. And as I said, data sources may really exist in sometimes specifically for a study, and definitely mediated by the institutions that provide access. Data models are considered to be tools to enable data processing across different data sources. And let's say, the idea of networks and of studies is, of course, very similar to the UPass register. The focus that we have in this proposal is, of course, in a more detailed way on really on data. So the catalog does represent the original data models of all the data banks that are involved in a study. And this, so we have the data banks, the data source that that it contributes to. We have the ETL to a common data model. We have the data processing procedures that then generates the results, and possibly also the results. And this is what enables really study reproducibility in our vision. So this is the the co-authors of the manuscript that is currently in preparation that describe the conception study, and of course my acknowledgement and thanks to this amazing set of collaborators, and thanks to you for listening.
Thank you, Rosa, for this clear presentation and the clear concepts. We will have the opportunity to discuss them later on. You have actually performed an overview of stakeholders, and it is planned now to present the process for obtaining this stakeholders feedback. And Susanna, are you going to present how the process was made and then how this will be discussed later on?
Indeed. Thank you very much, Javier. The idea is to present over the next couple of minutes how we have reviewed and how we plan to address the feedback from the pre-meeting survey. The registered participants to the workshop received 5 questions and free text options to answer those. The first question is, are the metadata variables required for characterizing real-world data sources and the regulatory use cases they will support that you would like to see included in the catalog, which are not included in the current preliminary list? If so, can you provide your suggestions with a description of the meaning of the variable? The second question was, please share any questions or comments related to the preliminary definitions, structure of the proof of concept catalog and its organization into 6 key domains: institution, data source, data bank, common data model, network, and study. Question number 3 was, please share any comments or suggestions on the preliminary options for the sustainability and process for metadata collection. Question 5 was, please share any questions or comments regarding the functionality of the envisioned catalog, what you would like to see from the perspective from an individual browsing the catalog or as an individual who may enter metadata into the catalog. As in any epidemiological study, the option of any other comments, please share any other questions or comments that you may have. We received responses from every sector that was included. We received 7 responses from European Union national agencies and 1 outside the European Union. We received 3 responses from NCEP, any center not included in this consortium, and this included also a network. We also received 2 responses from collaborative networks like BD4BO, EDIN, ODC, 1 from a CRO, 1 from a healthcare practitioner network, and 7 from FPA and other pharmaceutical networks or individual pharmaceutical companies. How will the feedback be addressed? Some of the feedback will be addressed through the presentations in the sessions. We hope that the conceptual framework and the video have helped already to clarify some of the questions. But as you know, there will be 3 sessions more, 1 focused on metadata, another one on sustainability and process of data collection, and a last one of the proof of concept tool. That also we feel that an important part of the feedback will be addressed through the presentations. Also, because this is a work in progress, there's some selected feedback that will be addressed in the discussion after each of the sessions. And the way that we have grouped the feedback was the feedback to questions 1 and 2. As you recall, on the metadata and the domains will be addressed in the session that will immediately follow this one. The feedback for question 3 on sustainability and data collection will be addressed in session 3. And the feedback on the question 4, which was on the tool, will be shared in the session 4, as well as the discussion. We found that most of the questions and comments related that came back in response to question 5, any other comments and suggestions were applicable to one of these previous sessions. So we have tried to integrate those as part of the presentation, as well as the topics identified for discussion. I wanted to thank everyone for the very detailed, very thoughtful, and very constructive feedback, which is very encouraging and will be instrumental, not only for this session today, but also realize that all the feedback, regardless if it is directly addressed today or not, will support the work of the consortium during the remaining activities of the project. I wanted to also mention that we have not only the lead presenters in the workshop to address questions, but also representatives from the following knowledge research centers: Aarhus and Bordeaux University, Pharma Institute, and the European Bone and Marrow Transplantation Registry. And I think this is all. So thank you, and over to Dr. Xavier Kurtz.
Thank you, Susanna. And we will start a discussion. I hope that I will have my video to show that. I don't know if it's going to work, but I have my video on my screen, but apparently it doesn't go through the system. Anyway, so thank you for presenting very nice concepts and to having developed this concept for this project. It would be important that we have a common understanding of some of the main aspects that have been presented at the main concepts. And I think that it would be important if the participants to this meeting could provide questions in the question and answer windows. But I will start with perhaps one or two questions. And can I ask you, Jolanta, could you perhaps load the presentation number 4 from Rosa's and the slide number 12? This is the slide on data bank and data source. And I think it would be very, very good if we can have a very common understanding and then the common agreement on these definitions. A data bank, from the definition for me, is rather clear: the collection of structured electronic healthcare data. I am less clear about the definition of a data source. Is the term used for convenience in order to indicate several data banks related to a same population? So this is, we say data source because these are a collection of data banks, or is it, does a data source have a physical representation, if you understand what I mean? Does it, for example, is it a data sets with data that implement the link between the data banks? Is it the physical data set on which, for example, a common data model will be applied? Is it the data set which is used for the implementation of the study? So could you please clarify what is included in the data bank, which seemed for me clear, these are the raw data, I would say. But what is included in the data source? Is it just the term that is used to designate several data banks?
Thank you, Xavier, for requesting it. So let it be complete. Our original idea was, a database is composed by multiple tables, right? And all the tables can be linked with each other. So the same person, if it is in two tables, you know that it is the same person, right? So this was our original vision, also based on the CD's definitions. But then we realized that actually this is not representing really what's happening there. Multiple tables may actually be somehow similar with each other because they are generated in the same moment by the same organization. So this is a data bank. And then the database as such, so, you know, the database with all the tables is the data source. So this is really the thing, yes, that you convert to the common data model if you want, or any way you query to then create the analytical data set. So you can think of the data source as of the conceptual version of the database, where you really physically it's still a database. So a data source is hosted in a relational database normally with tables linked with each other, but then conceptually there are some groups of tables which are more homogeneous with each other because they somehow come from the same institution, and which is the originator. And then your data access provider has the authorization of access to all of those data banks and put them together into physically into a database and conceptually into a data source, and conduct the study on top of this electronic object with a common data model or not. That's conceptually, that's irrelevant.
Okay, so in order to summarize, can I say that this is the structure, the database structure, where the links are implemented between the different data banks? Is it
Yes,
what I understand?
it is. Yes. So the data source is the conceptual place where you somehow follow the history of people through different data banks, because you have access to all of them at the same time in the same place. Yes.
Okay, what perhaps, but we may discuss it afterwards in the second session, may lead to confusion is that in the metadata, list of metadata, you have different lists for data banks and data source. Then, because perhaps we would have expected that these are then the same data and the same type of information that would be included, but this may be, yeah.
So the data bank is really, it has an identity of its own. It is something that somebody creates, maintains, funds, mandates sometimes. It has a data model. It has a dictionary. So you know that specific data item is collected in ICD-10, and that specific data item is collected in 8TC. This is a property of the data bank. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Then when you have the opportunity of linking together several data banks, what becomes important? So when you look at your data source, what is important is how, which is the collection that you have, and in particular, which prompts you can, which are the prompts that create information in your data source overall. So that gives you the idea. If in a data source you don't have, like we saw in the video, if in a data source, which can be very rich, but access to primary care does not prompt a record, this tells you something about what can be expected when you process the data in that data source. For instance, when we saw in the example, if we have a birth registry that is created at the first visit of a child, you know that stillbirths will not be there. So that's a property of the data bank indeed. But when you look at your data source, you can see the list of prompts that are documented in the data source. And this will give you an information about what is in the data and what is not in the data. And this will eventually allows you to understand to assess the value of the evidence that is generated from that data source.
Okay, and we have a question in the chat. Is at the end, is someone not interested in the total set of data that is accessible through a data partner, and that will provide all the information about the data that is available? So at the end, are the users of data source, are they interested and are they into actually the data bank themselves, or is it well? I understand the question is there a need for two different concepts in order to perform studies actually?
Yes, because I mean, again, the data bank is an object that is somehow stable in time. So, or it may change because the organization that decides which data is collected there change their mind or evolves. But that's something that is not. It's really outside of the scope of studies for regulatory purposes. They are objects that exist on themselves. The data source is what is created when you really need to address a research question, and then there is an organization that is able to access these several data banks that are needed for you to conduct the study, and to access them, to transform them, to process them, to interpret what's happening there. And then, of course, if an organization does that often, that data source will be semi-stable somehow, but it's a different level of, it's really a different thing. So it's putting together something that exists already. This act of putting together data banks, this is the data source. Okay. And of course, there will be data sources that only contain one data bank. In that case, it may seem silly to use the definition. But if you think really of for me, I think it's illuminating of the need of this notion, this last sentence in the paper that you yourself co-authors. Several databases are linked to form a complete database. You see here that there is a kind of iterative of loop, right? So what you were probably trying to say here is that there were several data banks that were linked to form a data source.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Regarding this slide and the definition of data access provider, there's a question from Christian Norman in the Q&A, is that how do you see the relationships between data provider and data originator with the roles of data controller and data processor from the DPRD?
That's a very, very important question, I think. So we are Europe, right? You can expect all sorts of difference with respect to that. So there will be definitely cases when the where is that? When the data access provider is a data controller itself, or a joint data controller. And other cases, no, it will be a data processor anyway. So what I tried to say with this slide is that in some sense, this is, you can expect all sorts of variability, and it's probably not in the scope of the catalog itself to document this or to certify this. It's out of scope. That's an assumption that you make, that the institution that provides you, that has the ability to access the data, does so legally. What is important, I think, but that's up for discussion, of course. What is important to classify and document in the catalog is what are the consequences, what are the types, what is the ontology of the consequences of those variable legal regulations, what are the consequences in terms then of access to the data, in terms of time, in terms of financial cost for the data access. And yeah, so I think that the two, it's true that there is, it looks like they are overlapping, but they are, I would not say that they coincide. I would not think that controller and processor coincide with originator and data access provider. No, that's not my impression.
Okay, thanks. I would like to come back to the concept of data source in relation to the selection criteria. And Yolanda, if we could have the presentation from Susanna, I think, in the beginning, and have the slide number 10, I think. This started the selection criteria of data source. And here I know that you mentioned data source and not data banks, which, okay. And just on the side, you also mentioned the concept of family of data banks, which you did not define, but I assume that this is more a terminology that has been used to designate the list of data banks. But let's go to this criteria, selection criteria for data source. Can I first assume that the data source needs, the first criterion is that the data source needs to have at least one data bank?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And I was a bit surprised, and others were a bit surprised that you actually identified only 4 data sources that had only one data bank. I would have thought it would have been different, but so that's...
You mean in the study?
No, in the review that you have made, I think you said that there is 4 data sources that had only one data bank.
Yeah, but that was in the conception study. So we had 20 data sources, and among those 20 data sources, the minority had just one data bank, and the vast majority had more than one.
Okay. So I think it would be important that we agree on this selection criteria for data source. So data source collecting health data routinely, then data source collecting patient-level data collected through a single data bank or through linkage of multiple data banks, and there are different types of data. Detailed patient-level measures. Here, do we have any details, or do we have any more information? Did you provide information on what type of details or adequate what is the sufficient level of details to be included on each patient? This is what is included in the sub-bullet, the timing of prescription and
those were defined as the critical elements.
Okay.
To include, to be able to include a data source from the medicinal product use. The other 2, I mean, these criteria are not strictly in chronological hierarchy, but it kind of it's more or less that way. First, they have to define health data routinely on a defined population, and they have to have not only information on medical product use and demographic, and at several settings, at least one. Obviously, the more the better. And then the next level is that what is a critical element is that the timing of the prescription dispensing, administration, or delivery of the medicinal drug is there. Otherwise, it's almost impossible to conduct the study. The criteria are by definition and rather broad, because we didn't want to be prescriptive in the beginning, and obviously the detailed metadata that will be collected, they come at a later stage.
Okay, and thanks. If we go to the next slide, then we have 3 additional criteria: continuous and consistent data capture. Then data source where structured data is collected, and data source with procedures in place to comply with applicable patient data privacy and confidentiality rules. Now, one question is, how do you judge and how will you assess the continuous and consistent data capture? Is it, are there any indicators or measures that could be used in order then to say that the data source is fit for purpose and would be included in the catalog? Or is it possible? Is it possible to measure actually, or is it?
In the list of metadata, there's some information about the coverage of the individual data banks. So that should be able to to be assessed.
Okay.
You know, in a real life situation, what tends to happen is that maybe a cancer registry or a birth registry may not cover the whole time that you want to do the study, or maybe interrupted for whatever reasons. But we're trying to capture here is that overall the data should be there, and it's not something that was happening only for a year or two and then never again.
Okay, I assume there's still some element of subjectivity, or probably that will be difficult to have. It's difficult to have a really very strict quantitative criteria. Or...
Xavier, I think there is a question in the chat about underlying population.
I do not see it. Do you have it? Because
yes, so they are
it.
asking to clarify the term underlying population in terms that the population covered by the data banks included in a data source may differ, and this is indeed something that deserves specification. So what may happen? The difference between underlying population and persons in the data bank must be clear. So if I have a data bank whose underlying population, a hospitalization data bank whose underlying population is the Tuscan population, it doesn't mean, of course, that all the persons that are in Tuscany are also in the data bank, because luckily many of them will not have been to the hospital in the period covered by the data, but still the underlying population is the whole of Tuscany. So whenever a person goes to hospital in that population, this will prompt the existence of a record. So that's the concept of underlying population of one data bank. Then when you have a data source, you may happen to have two data banks whose underlying population are not exactly the same. So for instance, you may have a hospital database that covers a whole region, and then a primary care, typically a primary care medical record data bank that only covers a set of practices in the same underlying population. So if you want to use the data source that joins those two data banks, you need to be careful and restrict the underlying population that you are using for your study to the overlap between the two.
Okay, and by the way, can a data bank belong to two different data sources?
Yes, of course. Of course, that into different studies you will have, you may have, any combination of data banks, even from the same underlying population. Yes, of course.
Okay, I think that I would like to go to another important concept, which is which are the 6 domains that were presented by Romin, and this is, I think, it's slide and also by you, Rosa. It is on your slide number 4, and the presentation number 4, slide 21. Actually, this is the 6 the important domains. Yes, this one. So, can we just be very clear understanding of what represent these 6 domains? These are the 6 domains through which the catalog can be searched, a bit like Romin has shown in his video. And is there any hierarchy between these 6 domains when we search for data source that would be fit for a specific purpose, a specific study? Where should we start with, or is there any hierarchy that should be followed in order to find the data source that is appropriate? I don't know if Romin, would you like to?
May I start with commenting that actually this question, I hope to address this in part in my next presentation that I'm going to give, where I highlight some of the relations between these different domains, that they are not independent silos that are separate, but really interconnected information, highly interconnected information. And I'll only actually highlight some of the relations, but yeah, there's many links between these. In terms of a hierarchy, I think there are many options, and this is really about the implementation of the catalog and how people want to input information into the catalog or search the catalog for different purposes. This is something I think, well, we'll go into this more in sessions 3 and 4, but it is also part of the processes we're considering and developing in these next stages of a project. Maybe Rosie, you have more to add.
Yeah, it's definitely something that we have not, we don't have a complete grasp. The reason why we designed the video the way we did is that, of course, we as researchers, we tend, to start from existing literature. So the way we would probably naturally do is really starting from studies. Like if you were on PubMed, you get all the studies similar to the ones you want to do, and then starting from there. The difference between PubMed and this catalog is that this catalog is a place where you go for really data descriptions. So you would start there, and then what you do is not like creating a survey of the evidence that was generated on your research question, but really kind of you have the possibility to access which data sources were used in the past to address a research question similar to yours. So that's the first pathway that we as researchers would probably follow, but then yeah, we haven't classified them fully.
Okay, thank you. And then we have a question in the chat from Gideon Hall. Where do the data access providers sit, and how are they related to the institution? And I can even then extend this question on what is the relationship between institutions and data source and data banks?
So institutions, well, data access providers are institutions. They are universities. Well, I don't know if you had. Well, I can go. If you see here the list of the data sources that of the institutions that participated in the study, they're mostly universities or research centers. I think there is one ministry, but so definitely data access providers are institutions which are described in the institutions section of the catalog. But then other institutions will be, yeah, also research centers which do not have access to data. So that, and when you go for the institution tab, you will find metadata about the institution. So which is the nature of that institution, how you would get in touch with it, and things like that. While when you go to the data source, you will find a description of the set of databanks that are linked into that data source. And when you go to the databank section, you will find really the data model of the specific databank, which are its prompts, who is their originators, etc.
Okay, good. And institutions are included in networks also?
They may be included in networks, yes. So networks, institutions, and studies are somehow legacies from the UPass register.
Okay, thanks. Okay, that clarifies at least for me. Thank you. I think do not see any other questions in the chat, and it's good we are well on time, and I then suggest that we go directly then to the second session, which is a discussion of the preliminary set of metadata and definitions. And the first presentation will be by Romin on the preliminary list of metadata. And then we will discuss what has been the feedback from stakeholders, and then we will have another discussion. So Romin, up to you. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. And it's really a pleasure to be presenting this work now in this session. I'm very glad to have heard these discussions, these questions that have already been raised. I hope some of them can be further addressed in this talk and also in the discussion and stakeholder feedback that follows this talk. So over the next 35 minutes, I'm going to present an overview of the preliminary metadata, the list, but also the methodology that we use to derive this list. So we'll start with a definition that we started with of what we considered to be metadata and the scope of this definition. This was a starting point that we then were able to develop throughout the development of the metadata list. I'll then describe how the metadata list itself was derived, the methods we used in terms of a web-based search, and also a series of interviews that were conducted. I'll then give an overview of the preliminary metadata list, structured in the way that we envisioned it would be structured in a catalog, the tables, and some of the key variables, and I'll end with a summary of this. So our starting point for this work was the following objective: to define a set of metadata that should be collected from real-world data sources. Metadata should be relevant to regulatory needs, agreed with the agency, and provide detailed information on the source, spectrum, and quality of data sets. And from here, this is where we had to think very carefully, well, what do we mean by metadata? And depending on the perspective, the field, or background, I think there are many different interpretations of metadata. So we had to really think about the original task we were set with, and we viewed this especially from the lens of being pharmacoepidemiologists, primarily within this consortium. We can, of course, start with a generic definition, whereby metadata are seen as a set of data that describes and gives information about other data. This is a start, but we really needed to define more clearly what this encapsulates, what should be captured within the metadata list. And we started with the following: data describing the generation, location, ownership, and governance of data, data describing the processes of storing, handling, and accessing of data, data describing the provenance, origin, and time span of data, so when a data collection began and when it lasts until, but more details in terms of regularity of data and who is captured in what period, descriptors of variables captured in the data. And this is very broad. This could include really trying to quantify the amount of certain types of information in data, but actually what is captured, period, within a data source, within an individual data bank. But also indicators of quality and completeness. And this term quality garnered a lot of discussion, especially during the interviews that we held. Quality relating to fitness for purpose. And lastly, the format in which data are collected and maintained. So this could be some structure, a data model, and also the kind of coding and vocabulary that's used, language of data also. So we were not starting from scratch. Actually, there are many existing initiatives within Europe. Key initiatives have been the NCEP resources. So the NCEP resource database was a very important starting point for us for this work. But on top of that, the EMIF catalog, that provided a lot of information that we wanted to reuse in some way and not oversee the vast amount of work that were put into these existing initiatives. So we saw that it was very important to build upon these existing catalogs and also think about ways that they can potentially link or be incorporated or complement each other in terms of this aim of helping to support data discoverability for regulatory purposes. We also considered that the design of the list of metadata should take into account, to some extent, the vision for a catalog design and its functionality. We wanted to make sure that we have a functional set of metadata that would be useful for different purposes. And you can think back to the use case that I described in the video that was played earlier in the previous session. So how did we actually derive this list of metadata? Well, we knew in advance that there should be much information available published online through peer-reviewed journals, for example, but also white papers that might be available on the websites of institutions with expertise in data sources, European data sources, pharmacoepidemiologic research, regulatory research. But we were also aware that there could be a lot of valuable information that may not be accessible in a public domain or through the access that we had available. This could be unpublished work, trying to be current with what is actually going on with current efforts. But there could be many tools that are available on a more institutional level that there is not a possibility to provide public access to these tools, this kind of information. And lastly, and most importantly, actually expert knowledge and experience from people who worked with routinely collected electronic health data, different organizations that have much experience in this, and that might not be so easy to capture just by searching online. So we considered a two-part strategy for identifying information. Firstly, a targeted web search, where we could identify information online. Secondly, a series of structured interviews. So we identified experts who we then interviewed to gain more information to complement the information from the web search and from these starting points, for example, the NCEP register. So when searching for information for documentation on metadata, how to document metadata, existing tools that were available, we first generated a list of organizations who we considered could have this information already created for their own purposes due to their expertise in conducting regulatory activities, multi-database pharmacoepidemiologic studies, or an expertise in metadata itself, so how to describe data sources, especially health data in particular. So you can see that list that we came up with initially in the box on the right-hand side of these slides. And you can see it's quite an extensive list, so it was a broad search for information. And we started by looking at the organizational web pages, and then supplemented this where we were struggling to find certain information. We tried to find, for example, published papers in PubMed. What is really important and proved to be a very valuable source of information for our work was that materials were also shared by the individuals who we interviewed in our series of interviews. And they provided access to not only relevant publications, but also kind of grey literature materials that would have otherwise been quite difficult to identify. And in some cases, not publicly available, period. So as a result of the search that we did, we identified 57 resource items, documents, that we included in a round of data extraction. Now, we extracted a list of different information relating to metadata, the type of metadata that was collected, information on how to collect metadata, processes for collecting it, but also on the definition of metadata itself, because we wanted to make sure that we didn't have too narrow a scope. But that was something we were very aware that we were coming from a specific perspective or a specific, like I said, this pharmacoepidemiology lens. So what could we learn in terms of broader recommendations from this search? One thing that we tried to identify in particular were actual metadata variables or fields that were published or available in lists online. So the result of our extraction was an Excel file with two main sheets, one with general recommendations that came out of these documents regarding the items in the purple box on screen, and a second page that had a long list of all of the individual metadata variables or fields that we could find in these different documents, tools, catalogs that we searched with the definitions, and a broad kind of classification that we added to them, whether they were more describing, for example, processes of data collection, storage of data in a data source, data quality indicators, structure, etc., for ease of manipulating into an actual final list. Now, while we were doing this extraction, I just want to add that the items in this review list were actually reviewed within the consortium before we did the extraction, and the extraction itself was done by 3 extractors, and this was piloted by 2 of us to try and identify any areas where there could be issues with consistency. Onto the interviews that we conducted. So we conducted a total of 8 60-minute interviews with representatives from organizations or consortia who we reached out to that we anticipated would have expertise that could help us in refining and adding to our preliminary metadata list. So the 8 organizations are here: FDA Sentinel, CNodes from Canada, the IMI Eden project, IMI Conception project, which you've also heard mentioned in the previous session, ASPEN, so this is the Asian Pharmacoepidemiology Network, IMI FAIR Plus, that have done a huge amount of work regarding the FAIR principles, Maelstrom, an organization with real great expertise in terms of metadata describing data sets, and Etion as an example of an organization with experience working with multi-database studies. And we, in these interviews, asked a series of questions. So we had a template which was very much related to the questions that we also extracted from our literature that we identified. So we asked the experts who are representatives from these organizations, do you agree with the definition and the scope of metadata? This was what I presented in my very first slide today. What metadata are actually collected within the representative's organization? Could you give us more information on specific quality indicators and how quality could be measured? And this sparked a lot of interesting discussion, I should say. Also, were there any additional materials that they could share with us? Additional tools that we had not ourselves been able to identify? And I also asked for more information that could help support the development of a concept for a sustainable process for populating a metadata catalog, but also about tools for visualization. So questions that could help to inform the later stages of this project. And we'll touch upon these later in sessions 3 and 4 this afternoon. And lastly, any final recommendations? So just to summarize, this is how we synthesized the preliminary metadata list. We started with a minimum set of metadata within the scope that we initially defined. And this was primarily based on the NCEP resources database metadata, the EMIF catalog, and also on the catalog that was designed within the IMI Conception project. We then formatted this into a kind of structure, into the domains that we considered would help with the implementation of the metadata set. So these 6 domains that we have just discussed in the prior Q&A session. Then we revised the initial scope based on the feedback from especially the interviews, but also by looking at the range of metadata we were able to collect from our data extraction. And then we added to these lists of metadata everything that we identified and reviewed its relevance. So during the review process, the metadata list organized into a set of domains which had a series of subtables within them. This was reviewed by the whole consortium in several rounds of review and with the agency. So this is the set of potential catalog tables that we determined for our preliminary metadata list. There's institutions, so these are contributors to the catalog, data sources and data banks, which have just been discussed, common data models, tools that can be used for utilizing data sources for regulatory purposes, and can actually support potentially the extraction of metadata itself, networks, where institutions may be a part of, and studies, which are an important source of information, as was described in the last talk. And indeed, there are many links that we can draw between these different domains. They're not isolated. And here is a mapping of how different domains could map to studies, for example. So within a study, we can identify the data banks that were used in a study, the data sources that contain those data banks, and the institutions who were in charge of the study may be acting as data access providers, providing analytic results for a study. And it's also possible that we can collect the information on where common data models were used within a study, where data sources were mapped to different common data models. But actually, the data sources themselves, it's important to highlight the relationship between the data in this domain with the data banks themselves, because, and this was a comment from Stephania in the previous Q&A, that actually much of the information captured within data banks will naturally translate to metadata items on data sources, because the data source is comprised of data banks. There may be, although, and this is something that we highlight in the metadata list, some areas where there's specific metadata that pertains in particular to the data source or to individual data banks. So now I'd like to go into some more detail on the individual domains of the metadata list. And before I go into the 6 that I showed on the prior slide, there's one additional area of metadata that we would collect, propose to be collected on top of these, and that's regarding catalog entry itself. So there should be a level of metadata describing how data is entered into the catalog, by whom, at what point. So there should be some kind of version control. I think that's a critical part of the implementation of any catalog. Now I'd like to describe the institution domain. And on this slide, I highlight 5 tables that we envisioned being captured in the metadata list. The actual details, the individual variables that are captured within each of these tables, I won't show these during this presentation because it's a very vast list of variables in total, but I will highlight in some of the upcoming slides some of the key variables or types of variables that are captured in some of the tables where I think it's most relevant. So starting with institution, we propose to include metadata describing the institution's role. So this is describing the institution itself, perhaps its role in studies that are captured within the study domain, and its expertise. This should also help to describe in this section the relation that institutions have with the data sources and data banks that are described in the catalog. The idea of this is that this can provide more insight into institutions who could be contacted for more information, or institutions who may be able to help to conduct regulatory activities. One aspect of this that required more detail was regarding reasons for access. So, and this came up very much in the stakeholder feedback that I'll discuss afterwards, why an institution is able to access data sources. And in that case, is an institution a data access provider? And more information specifically on the access contracts. And of course, this is all information that would need routine updating so that it was up to date with contemporary information. And lastly, there should be some link between institutions and studies that they conduct so that if information is found on relevant studies that have been conducted, then the institutions, again, the details can be found and contacts can be identified. So as I said, metadata on data access and permissions is something that is very important within this catalog and required extra thought. So on top of the name of the data bank itself or the data source, perhaps a subset of the data source, reasons for accessing, and at the moment we suggest a free text description for reasons of access to really capture the purpose for which a data access provider may use data for the purpose, for example, of a study, some kind of research, and a more detail specifically on how this access is obtained, the terms of this access, the level. Is it actually accessing data? Well, in many cases, it could be an extract of data or even analytic results based on a protocol that they submit to the data holders who work together with statisticians who actually generate the output based on that protocol. And critically, and this is really for regulatory purposes, what is the process for getting some kind of access? As described above, the time lags are critically important, and any fees that are involved in this. So next I describe the data source domain, and relating again to institution access, which institutions are able to access a data source and in what kind of way. About the data source itself, the underlying population, who is actually captured potentially within the data source. So there should be metadata describing that population, both in a descriptive manner, but also in a quantitative manner. So under the quantitative descriptors, we think about numerical summaries of the data source population, the individuals who comprise a data source. Of course, a key part of a data source is the data banks that are captured within that data source, and also any information on existing mappings to common data models. So by ETL, I mean the extract, transform, load procedure. So the design of this in converting data to a common data model. Descriptions of this can be very informative with respect to what data is available in the form of a common data model, when this ETL process was done, what portion of the data, etc. Studies utilizing the data source, and publications that describe the data source. And this potentially is another source of, well, unstructured metadata if it's the publication itself, but at least it could be collected in a structured manner for reference purposes. And this was a suggestion from many of the individuals who I had interview meetings with, that publications themselves can provide a lot of relevant information for understanding a data source. So more on the content and its quantification. So to try and describe the data source population, we propose to collect information on the country and region of the data source, especially causes of entry and exit from a data source population. So what are the conditions by which someone can potentially enter the data source population and potentially contribute records to the data banks within the data source, and conversely, the exit. Of course, we'd like to try and quantify the extent of the data source, so the population size, both active and total, follow-up time, and the distribution, the representation of age and sex and ethnicity across data sources. And we also include a metadata item on the capture of biological samples. This is information that could potentially be collected in a catalog in a continuous manner, perhaps yearly intervals, to try and give a capture of the completeness of the data source or how much information it contains over a period of time. And of course, the data banks that are included in the data source, the type of information captured, whether it is containing information relevant for socio-demographic information, diagnoses, prescription information, procedural information, genetics, linkages between family members, that what kind of data bank and what kind of information is captured there really gives insight into the potential of a data source for certain purposes. And lastly, I want to highlight that the metadata list includes variables that try to describe the linkages between the data banks and the completeness of these linkages. And it was mentioned earlier that it may be that the populations underlying a data bank, multiple data banks within a data source, might not overlap 100%. And this is very often the case, that there is incomplete linkage or partial linkage. And it may be relevant also to know the type of linkage, how this linkage was generated, the reliability of this linkage, the extent of this linkage over time span. So we try to capture this in the metadata list. Now onto the data bank, and this is arguably where there's a very rich amount of information being captured to really explain what is or is not captured within a data source. So again, access to a data bank, this for an institution, it may be different whether they can access different data banks or data sources. One institution that can access a data source may be able to access just a subset of its data banks compared to another institution, so this should be captured in these metadata items. As was described in the previous session, the originator of the data bank, that's also a table where we aim to describe who is actually the body who sustains or maintains the collection of records. This can give insight into the purpose for collection of data, and this can contribute to an assessment of whether a certain data bank is suitable for a certain purpose. The data bank population is another table, and quantitative descriptors in a similar vein to the data source, but potentially this could be in more detail, more depth. Excuses. The Databank Prompt is another table. So this is a description of the events that trigger creation of a record in the databank, and the databank model. So this is a rich piece of information that could be submitted by an individual contributing to the catalog that would describe the data dictionary of a data bank. So the vocabulary that are used, all of the variables that are collected, this is critical in describing what is potentially captured in a data bank. Information on updates and time lag. So a description of how often the data bank is updated, and any information regarding lags between data being updated, data being accessible within a data bank that would be relevant for the purposes. If, for example, a regulatory activity was going to be conducted, then how accessible is the data bank for that purpose, and in what state, how up-to-date would it be? If you need information available from last week or last month, not every data bank is going to be able to give access to this, have this readily available. And lastly, similar to the data source domain, links between the data bank and studies that were conducted using these data banks and publications on the data banks. And I just want to emphasize the importance and the value of the metadata variables describing the originator, the population covered, the prompt and content or model underlying a data bank, as this can be seen to really capture and encapsulate what a data bank contains and why. And especially the prompt, by knowing the event, the reason for creation of a record in the data bank, and This can be categorized into different families of prompts, for example. That's one option, that we could develop some kind of ontology for this, or at the very least some free text description that describes exactly why or why not records would be created in a data bank. This is very informative for knowing the capture, whether information would be captured on entry to a hospital, on exit to a hospital, during hospital stay, which events during hospital stay would actually trigger the creation of records, capture of information in the data bank. Well, this could be captured with these metadata. Next, there are 3 tables that we propose to capture information about common data models. A general table that describes metadata on the common data models utilized within the catalog, linked at the level of the data source or linked at the level of the study. Also metadata that provides links to more information on specific details of the common data model, its individual tables, for example, and also vocabulary used by the common data model. Next, a small domain describing networks, and as was said by Rosa earlier, this is a kind of legacy to existing data catalogs. So this would be an opportunity to capture information on metadata describing networks and consortia with links between institutions and studies in the catalog. And lastly, a large domain at the level of the study. So the vision for this catalog was that information could be captured in studies to collect rich metadata on the data source and data banks themselves within the study, and then the institutions who are responsible or involved in conducting those studies, as well as information on the institutions, the data sources and data banks. Study protocols could be linked, for example, to the EU Pass Register, or uploaded directly to the catalog. This is something that's up for discussion, and mappings to a CDM. The results of data characterization that's conducted within studies provides a really rich source of information describing quantification of the completeness of data. So, for example, there are different frameworks for collecting information on data completeness, and this information, if extracted at the level of a study, could be uploaded to the catalog. Not only on completeness, but on conformance and plausibility, other measures that characterize data. And another idea is that actually the results of studies could even be hosted within the metadata catalog. So we suggest a table that collects information on core results from studies, as well as publications. To elaborate a little more on data characterization, there are very important descriptors of a data bank that are perhaps more accessible at the level of a study. When a study is conducted, then quality checks could be run over the data in that study that would provide a rich description of how complete are the contents of a data bank, and quality checks regarding, does it make sense? Are the values plausible? Do they make logical sense? And what we envision to be captured in this is based on the framework of Khan in 2016. Critically, with this kind of information, there would need to be some kind of process in place for being able to, in an automated manner, retrieve this information and process this information. The idea is it could be then converted into interactive visualizations, and that would be really powerful as a tool for the metadata catalog. If it could really visualize data, the results of data characterization processes, study level or at the data bank level, so we can really understand the the quality in terms of these metrics of data sources, and that will be very important for determining whether it's fit for purpose. But as I said, this will require additional tools to be able to implement this. And similarly, the results of studies themselves can provide information on whether data is fit for certain purposes, or can highlight its uses from something as simple as the baseline table of a study. Those kinds of summary measures, while not strictly metadata from a technical sense, is still descriptive of a data bank or a data source, and that could be useful. This would often be collected and reported on the data source level in a study. So to summarize this presentation and to summarize the metadata list itself, we have derived the preliminary list, and note that this is really preliminary and pending the feedback that we have so far received from stakeholders and that we will receive during this workshop. And this currently consists of 6 core metadata domains, as well as additional metadata descriptors describing how information is entered into the catalog. The aim was to provide a detailed description of sources of routinely collected electronic health data with the purpose of aiding data discoverability, especially in the regulatory context. The content here directly builds on existing initiatives. The way that the metadata list was built was on top of what we already had. Because there was so much already available in terms of different initiatives, and then the aim was to try to elaborate on this where we thought this was needed and where this was possible. And the idea is that we need to also support rich information on data sources and data banks, potentially captured at different levels, maybe at the data bank level or at the level of a study, that allows for the quantification of the contents of the data banks and the contents or what is captured in a data source over time, and also the completeness and in some ways different measures that we can use to determine quality or fitness for purpose. And of note, this will be implemented, as mentioned in the first session, in the form of a proof of concept catalog that will be populated later on in the project. So this is later this year. Thank you very much for this opportunity to present this work, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Romin. We already have a number of questions in the chat center. We will review them afterwards, but we will first go to then the summary of feedback that has been received from stakeholders on this aspect. And I think, Romin, you will continue with this feedback.
Yes, that's the case. So I'll provide a brief summary of the feedback that we received from stakeholders on the preliminary metadata list. So to reiterate what was mentioned earlier when describing the survey, there were 2 particularly pertinent questions to the metadata list itself, namely, are there additional metadata variables that the stakeholders would recommend to be included in the metadata list, or suggestions relating to the variables that we already proposed? And if so, could there be a richer description of the description of the meaning of the variables? And secondly, any comments on the structure or implementation in terms of different domains of the metadata list? First and foremost, I would really like to thank all of the stakeholders who reviewed the documents, because we received a real wealth of valuable suggestions for including more metadata fields in particular, but also more broadly considering our preliminary metadata list and how to improve this. From the comments, it was clear that we can do a better job of clarifying the organization of the metadata and how it interacts, and to do more to highlight where there are interconnections between domains, those specifications. I've tried to summarize the key themes of the feedback, but please do note that while I may miss some specific details because it was a lot of feedback, they will all of the feedback will be taken into consideration when creating the final metadata list. So nothing will go missed or unnoticed. First of all, some general comments. The feedback highlighted there was some confusion over the aims and purpose of the preliminary metadata list. To clarify, the aim was to describe data sources in sufficient manner to support real-world data, its use in regulatory activities. And descriptions of data coming from clinical trials, for example, was not within the scope. Comments were also made regarding the definition of fit for purpose. And this is really not straightforward as a concept. I believe that knowledge and experience can greatly support the use of this metadata list or any metadata list and any automated processes for using it for determining whether something is fit for purpose. It requires a lot of understanding of the context in which data are intended to be used. Actually, later this year, we will examine the suitability of the proposed metadata list for assessing fitness for purpose for specific use cases. So this is ongoing work. And I'd like to add that our group completely agrees with the suggestions from stakeholders that the metadata list needs to adhere to international standards. So as it's presented now, it's really the concept metadata items, the concepts of the variables that we would ask, that would be asked for example, institutions to fill in the metadata catalog, but the way it would be implemented would need to adhere to, for example, CDISC standards. And in the case where perhaps there are standards that don't yet exist, then it is our intention to submit, where needed, proposals for additional concepts towards these international standards. And lastly, there were many useful recommendations for additional vocabularies that could be included, additional standard answers that could be included within the metadata list. And yes, they will be taken on board and the vocabularies will be expanded. And actually, this depends on the process for populating the metadata catalog, but it could be that institutions or individuals contributing to the metadata catalog could propose additional vocabularies when they make a submission. That could be one way of gathering this very long list of information. So a few clarifications on institution and network. So the term data access provider, that's something that caused some confusion, and I hope that the prior session gave some explanation of this. Just to reiterate, it was used to describe an organization that can, on a granted request, access a subset perhaps, or an extract of a data source for a specific purpose for a study. In other words, the data access provider for a data source is an institution with authorization, capacity, and expertise to process its data and interpret results. Based on the feedback that we received, I think we have to acknowledge there is still a need for clarification on how to describe in some kind of standard way the roles that institutions may have with respect to data sources and data banks. And how this aligns, and this was also mentioned by Rosa, with conventions in the GDPR. That's something that, well, we can consider whether or not this is in the scope of this metadata catalog. There were suggestions, many suggestions, for additional variables that could be included in the data source and data bank domains. Relating to the topic of access again, there are many requests and suggestions of ways to enrich the metadata variables describing levels of access and the permission requirements. So this is one area that we will focus on in the final version when creating the final version of the metadata list. But it is challenging to distill such a set. I think we have to think more in terms of, are there existing standards that we could use to describe this? There were questions about whether or not the databank domain could be subsumed by the data sources domain. And I hope that the prior talks have helped to clarify our position on this, that where we think it is actually of a special value to separate out these two concepts, because potentially different information is captured at different levels. And also institutions have access at different levels. The data source itself is something that is more conceptual than the data bank as a solid, well, hard object, and more of a physical object containing a structure, a model. However, I think what there can be is more, well, checking to see that the sections on the data source section of the catalog, metadata list, and the data bank section align, because there should be alignment, and it should be clear when there isn't alignment why this is. So that's something that we can contribute to. And in terms of additional metadata that were suggested, I hope that the presentation clarified that some of these are intended to be captured, so measurements over time, quantitative descriptors, and actually what we can add following discussions. In this case, it was a discussion with the European Bone Marrow and Marrow Transplantation Registry, that there are perhaps variables available on disease classification, whether individuals have a disease or not, in a registry, for example, that could be quantified at the data bank level. So that's something that we can consider adding to the catalog, this kind of quantification at the data bank level, where in some cases it may be available. Some clarifications on the study and CDM tables. We received a comment that the studies section, the studies domain, includes in itself a universe. And there is some truth to this in that it is very broad. This is a particularly large amount of metadata that could be collected in this domain, especially in terms of data characterization. But this is very rich data that could potentially provide a lot of insight into what is contained within individual data banks, data sources at a given point in time. However, there were suggestions for including some kind of taxonomies, which I think we need to take on board. As I mentioned earlier, the idea is that this metadata list and catalog could be complementary to the EU Pass register within the studies domain, and section that there's a section that allows the entry of metadata describing existing protocols and links to the EU Pass register. With respect to the standardization of information, especially the data characterization information, this is really critical. And as I mentioned in my talk just now, there will need to be some process in place, and there are ideas that we have within the consortium, certainly, in how it could be perhaps through, if data are in the format of a common data model, it's easier to query and then extract information on completeness, conformance, plausibility. That will then describe the quality of data for a specific data bank within a data source. But how this can be done in a more automated way, in a functional way, this is really a process that we are considering and thinking about conceptually. Regarding the common data model tables, there was a suggestion that common data model information is best defined by the experts themselves who develop and maintain the common data models, and we completely agree with this. And we need to clarify that the information describing common data models should come from external links or documentation and shouldn't try to be populated anew within this metadata list, within this catalog. There were questions of why even describe common data models. Well, common data models are an important tool that are being used within regulatory studies in Europe and globally. And it is envisioned that having more information on the availability of mappings, existing extract, transform, load descriptions, mapping a data source to a common data model would help to understand better its suitability for secondary use for certain questions. So if, for example, there's a need for rapid assessment, it may be the case that this existing mapping could be useful. But then we need to know all the details collected in the metadata catalog describing this mapping so that people can really understand the data that is being used to generate evidence. And a last point, just on the structure of the preliminary metadata list, there were some comments about how to, well, how will it actually be implemented, or what will be the process for populating the catalog, given that the different domains capture very different kinds of information, and completely agree this is something that has to be considered when designing the process for populating the catalog. And hopefully you will hear more about this in the next session. And it could be that introducing additional substructure to the metadata list would help people to use, but also to populate the metadata list. So there were some useful suggestions there. So on top of receiving all of the aforementioned suggestions for including more metadata variables, we also receive concerns that the list could be too big and that there should be some kind of prioritization of metadata. There is a need for a balance, and we clearly need to continue to consider this when finalizing the list. But not only the list, but the concept processes and tools for actually populating and sustaining the catalog. Now, completion of the catalog has to remain practical and feasible. So we will continue to make or to include priority fields in the preliminary list and in the final list. So items that are of a priority or mandatory nature. Indeed, this will go forward to the development of conceptual development of tools for the proof of concept catalog. Okay, thank you. I'm a few minutes over time, but thank you. There was a lot of feedback. So I look forward to additional questions.
Thank you, Romin. And this is a very nice presentation summarizing the feedback from stakeholders that will be a nice starting point for the discussion. And we have several questions in the chat and in the question and answer. And I will start with the first question from Case. And the question is about the format of the catalog. And the question is whether is the format going to allow entry of information by other systems. I know that you mentioned it by, for example, from other catalogs, which could require machine-readable standards. And I would like to extend these questions on the aspect of studies. So according to what was explained, it is expected that nearly all studies that would use one of the database that is, or data source that is listed in the catalog would need or would be registered, would be entered in the, which would mean that actually nearly all studies based on secondary data collection would be registered, would be included in the catalog, because if the catalog contains the vast majority of the data source existing in Europe. But then this raised the question, first of all, would it be a duplication of existing registries like the EU Pass Register? And how feasible is it? For example, you may have hundreds of studies done based on the CPRD every year. Why would these 100 of studies every year have to be being included in the catalog, and how to do it? If this is the case, how to do it then? Would it be then a link or a possibility to read from other catalogs or from other? So there are two questions: for the question on the format and the readability, and then the applicability to studies.
Yeah, I think this is an excellent question, by the way. I will provide my own thoughts on this, and then I'd like to invite also other members of the Minerva Consortium to provide input from different perspectives, particular Rosa Gini and Morris Swartz, who have expertise that can help to provide some more insight into this. First of all, I think it would be fully possible for this catalog, at least if you look at the metadata list, to be compatible with the EU Pass register. I don't see, well, and I think this goes beyond my role in designing and coming up with a list of metadata, how it would cooperate with these existing registers. Would it be something that could, well, overtake or update these registers, or could it be something that just purely integrates what's collected already within, for example, EU Pass? That's an external decision, I believe. But indeed, it would be, well, one option would be to find ways to extract information from the EU Pass register into a way that can populate this metadata catalog. At the moment, we just propose that individuals could search at the level of the protocol and provide access, but it's absolutely possible to envision more automated processes that could make the information in the EU Pass register or submitted information machine readable, and therefore could be processed in a more automated manner.
Okay, thank you. So I think that's important. Of course, this project is not aimed at building the catalog per se, so, but it is important that you may propose solutions and recommendations on these aspects. And thank you. So we have a question from Jeffrey Brown also regarding the possible data curation process, which would be distinct from the ETL process. So is this foreseen to have a data curation process, and by whom we would do it, and which format, consistency, and which time, with periodicity? I think Rosa, you proposed to answer this question.
So now, what you are asking, Xavier, is it refers to the catalog itself. So whether there would be a data quality procedure on the catalog? Yes, of course, because not it's, even though we can, I mean, you will see Morris will describe the mechanism for data capture. It's not conceivable that this will always happen in a perfect way. So there will be definitely the need for quality checks of the content of the catalog itself. But I think that what Jeff Brown was asking or suggesting was that we include in the description of the metadata of data source, or even at the level of databank, probably more suitably at the level of databank, whether the data that is used for the study has been curated. Like, so the data bank, as we said, is something that is generated for other purposes by other organization, and the data is then sent to the or accessed somehow by the data access provider. Question is, does the data access provider curate the data before ETLing it to a common data model or processing it for the study in whichever way, right? This is an excellent suggestion, Jeff, that we document this curation in case there is. Of course, we recommend that there is not as soon, I mean, as much as possible, because we would like that curation to happen at the level of the study, so that we are all somehow, that everybody is aware of how the data is curated, so that the whole pipeline between data generation and evidence production is shared somehow and transparent. But yes, thank you for the suggestion. We will definitely consider including a description of the data curation process that the data access provider performs to the data bank before including it in the study.
Okay, thank you for the answer, Rosa. And we have a question on the from Patrice Verpia. Patrice, you have raised your hand. I don't know if you can ask the question.
Yes, thanks, Xavier. I hope you can hear me. This is a little bit related, in fact, to what you've just said at the beginning regarding the studies. I have still some challenge. So I have understood that indeed then only study based on secondary use of data will be included, not studies based on primary data collection. And following this, then I guess that in that case, when it's done by the pharma, I will say that we would be seen as a DAP, meaning a data access provider, because we'll have access to the data sometimes, or sometimes we'll work with vendors, but from time to time, we also have a direct access to CPRD data, for example. And then does it mean that we will be included as an institution in that case, because that's linked? And the next question is also linked to the first topic that was discussed also with you, Rosa, regarding data source and data bank. Because if I take the example of the CPRD that is given on the document, what I have understood, and I may be wrong, I don't know, is that the data source is called CPRD, but in that case of this example, the data banks includes the GOLD or ARUN, so the primary care data, plus the HAS, plus the death registration information. But for another study, you may only have an interest in the primary care data set, but still will be called as a data source CPRD. So it means that CPRD as a data source may be different from one study to another. And how do you handle that, in fact?
Can I take this? As I'm trying, what we are trying to convey, I think, is the fact that, you know, for data sources, we need, we are a long way now from really standardizing what a data source is, and we need to understand to which extent we are able to ever do so, because yes, indeed, a data source in some sense exists relative to a single study. So probably we made a mistake in labeling CPRD both the data bank, CPRD Gold, and the data source that is composed by CPRD Gold, HES, and Death Registry. Yeah, the point is that in some cases, there are some data sources that have a kind of brand or a name, and but it's rather the exception than the rule, because indeed, and the reason is what I said, that yes, for one study you may decide that it is worthwhile to incorporate 3 data banks. For others, it's not necessary, so you probably will not do so. So the data source is in fact different. It is composed just by one data bank. We need to standardize that and find a way to do so. It's it's a work.
If I can add, Rosa, I think this also highlights the value of being able to describe a data source at the level of data banks, in that in individual studies, indeed, a data source may utilize or may comprise of a selection of or subset of the total linkable data banks. So indeed,
that they may have access to in theory.
Exactly.
Yes.
So that means that we have to be it helps to be very clear in exactly what constitutes the quantitative descriptors that we provide in a metadata catalog. Is it representing all of the data banks? If we see a CPRD data source, it needs some way of standardized labeling of this. It's something I don't think we have entirely no way of doing this at the moment, but then at least we know exactly which data banks this is describing, so that information is properly transparent.
And I think that you, Xavier, were asking what would be the purpose of describing CPRD for every single study if there are hundreds in 1 year. Well, that's exactly the point, right? So you want to know for that specific study, you want to understand the evidence and somehow document the study replicability. You want to know for that study what was used of this CPRD, let's say, clouds or undefinite stuff. You want to know what was used there exactly as much as possible.
I'm saying regarding my point on the DAP.
Yes, of course. I mean, in the conception study, the CPRD was the DAP for CPRD was GSK, of course. I mean, for such type of data banks, of course, a pharmaceutical company or any institution can be a DAP.
Okay, thanks a lot.
You're welcome.
If I may, just to add one small note on what Rosa said to do with if there are hundreds of CPRD studies that are conducted in the period of a year. This was a question from Xavier. I didn't fully answer this, I realize. It is not the case that all the metadata fields would necessarily have to be updated every time there's an entry to the catalog. That would be I think in many cases, a monumental waste of resources, because much information could remain very stable over time, maybe identical over time if it's the same institutions conducting very similar studies using same data sources, same data banks. That it would be at the discretion, perhaps, that's another model. This is part of the process and sustainability of populating the catalog. It could be something that is more mandated or more of a choice to submit something to the catalog, depending on whether it really adds new information describing a data source.
Okay, thank you. Can I, Rosa, just to follow up on your just what you just said? If one day we update the UPass register, and then for each study in the UPass register we include a link to the catalog, and therefore for each study there will be a link to the data bank, data source, and all the information that you provide. Would it be sufficient for the purpose of the catalog, or would you still see the need for a dimension of the catalog that then describe all the studies that are linked to the data source?
So, in my view, in the study section of the catalog, there is a description, a deep description of the data sources that were included in that study. And this deep description does not necessarily translate into an update of the data source entry of the catalog, as Romin was saying, but there will be an instance of the description of those data sources linked to the study, because this is what replicability is. So you want to know, you want to go to the, and I would suggest, well, I don't know now. We haven't really decided how UPass register and catalog would coexist one with the other. But for me, in the catalog entry of the study, there is a very frank and completely transparent description of the data that were used on that study, on that date, on that year. So there will be an entry of the data sources, of all the data sources that contribute to that study, updated and crystallized, associated to that study. And you would have, the ETL, if there is an ETL to the common data model, you would have the description of the ETL that was done on that day to that common data model, and the script that was then run on the common data model to generate the tables and figures that are, the evidence.
Okay, so but that then could be provided through a link between the catalog of studies that may be independent and then the catalog to the catalog of the metadata. And no, isn't it that you need do you need really physically the information of studies included in the catalog for metadata?
That is the study replicability. I mean, you want to document in a transparent way what has happened there. You have the paper, of course, the scientific paper will be there, but in the link to the PubMed entry or to the open access manuscript. But really, the catalog is where you go there and say, okay, but on that date, what was the data model of the data source that was used? For instance, CPRD, what was used there? Was that gold, Oron? And you go there and you really have an entry that really describe the data source crystallized at the date when that evidence was generated.
Okay.
I see there's a practical, technical comment from Morris, that maybe Morris Ferretz would like to elaborate on a bit more.
Yeah, so I hear this discussion that we would for sure not want to replicate data without good reasons. But sometimes we might need to in order to facilitate integrated search. So if you would like to have a search on contents that is in one catalog against some contents that is another one, then you might need to first put them in one place. And that will be one of the challenges. We don't want to then lose track where the source of truth lives. So I expect that the catalog will take care of that and will indicate which contents is actually sort of the leading content in this catalog and for what of the content actually lives somewhere else.
Okay, thank you. This certainly will be an interesting topic of future discussions, probably. There are two questions that we received and are related to the same topic, which is the changes in the data, that the data and the domain items may evolve over time, and therefore the question is how the catalog can stay updated with changes, and even in terms of, for example, an institution or a registry or data access provider, so may need to have the most recent information. This may be linked to the sustainability perhaps in the next session, but do you have any preliminary answers to how would you plan, or do you foresee the updating and changes in the catalog based on, because there will be changes nearly every day or every week, every month?
This specific question, I think, will be addressed in much more detail in the next session, describing the process of collecting metadata and sustainability. There are different aspects to this as well. I think vision that there are different processes by which the catalog could be populated. One of the ones that we have suggested is that when a study is conducted, that the catalog could be or catalog updating could be a necessary part of conducting a study in order to provide this trail of metadata that really describes the study in a transparent and replicable way. But it could be that there would be updates outside of the scope of a study that are done by people with access to the relevant metadata or the relevant data to extract the metadata in a regular manner, whether that was annual updates, it depends. And that depends on the actual metadata variable itself. Some of them indeed are more likely to change over time. Contacts for institutions could change, whereas the distributions of populations, unless there's a major change in the organization of a data bank, the purpose for which it's being collected or something that changes at that level, it's unlikely that the distribution of age, sex, ethnicity, etc., would change over the period of multiple years to a large extent. So yeah, I think there are several options, and what the regularity of updates depends on the type of information. And that's something that in the process for updating and sustainability, that should be taken into account. That's my view on this. And maybe there are more comments from Rosa or from Miriam Sturkenboom on this, who will be presenting on this.
Okay, so probably that we can keep this discussion for later then. Another question regard information that could be made available on regulatory use, and meaning that there is a link and there is information on the use of the catalog and data source for studies, but the question is about on use by regulatory authorities, or that, for example, in published documentation or our report, or used by, that's the question that I've been asked, and I don't know who is. It's Kelly Zhu who asked the question. If you would like to ask it orally.
Yeah, so essentially, my question is, when the catalog, progresses, are there sort of use cases that could be associated with the catalog? From the EU past register, you can search for these studies for regulatory purposes. But I think it'll be really wonderful, to see that what kind of success stories there were already associated with certain uses of those the data sources or data banks.
So if I understand correctly, Xavier, can I take this? You are suggesting to include in the catalog the regulatory follow-up to the evidence generated.
Yes, and then that will be searchable. For example, most recently, the FDA device has published 90 publicly available use cases. So I think in the catalog, it's really wonderful to see those data fields and variables, but how they were being used in terms of regulatory successes in examples.
So it's very interesting what you say, because you know that there is an activity ongoing of the working group 3 of NCEP exactly on this topic. So we are scanning the UPass register to try and identify multi-database studies and then link them to the, so people are really browsing through the PRAC minutes to see whether what the impact was. So it's definitely I agree completely that this is a very, very interesting information to have about studies that have been generated in Europe, whether they did indeed have an impact. But I don't really see, well, that's not something that we have considered ever, to include in the catalog itself this kind of follow-up information about the success. Well, success stories, that's something that may happen, that because that is once in a while. A regular update, I don't know. That's something I don't know. Xavier, maybe you can comment on this, whether it would be interesting for EMA to have this type of service.
Well, conceptual or not conceptually, it would be certainly extremely useful. As you said, that in order to have this information from the UPass register, you have to screen a lot of reports. So if we could have that information readily without having to screen the PRAC assessment report and so on, this would be certainly useful. Now, how feasible it is, it's maybe another question. But and what would be the time needed? But this is something that to consider, certainly. Ramin, there is another question that is directly related also to the metadata, and this is a question regarding the quality indicators and information regarding what would be a minimum set of quality indicators, and can they be included, or how to actually to what data, to what information, to what element would these quality indicators apply?
Okay, this is a nice question, and also I think a complicated one that warrants quite some discussion, because exactly what is a priority or what would be mandatory in terms of quality is difficult to determine, and I think that needs also some testing, not just discussion. What we have provided in the metadata list are a subset of metadata variables in all of the aspects, all the aspects of the list, all the tables that can be considered priority. And under quality, what we suggest now is that there should, as a minimum, and this depends a lot on the next steps in terms of what would be feasible in terms of automated extraction of information, on the availability of information that characterizes the completeness, the plausibility, the conformance of data in a data bank, or extracted from a data bank for a study. At the very least, there could be descriptions of quality that are provided by experts populating the catalog, descriptions in terms of completeness or in terms of the reliability based on their expertise, for example, for different purposes. And if it's on the study level, this can be done by the people who are conducting the study. But another aspect as well would be access, and that we do recommend, is access to whether or not there is access to any validation information, validation studies or reports that can be linked to also confirm the quality. When it comes to the provision, especially on the study level or on the data bank level, of information on specifically data characterization, as I said, I want to make sure I get this correct. Whether or not such data characterization has been conducted or is available, that is considered as a priority variable in the metadata list, but the actual details are not mandatory unless they are available. Then it's recommended to provide the results of the data characterization. Whether at this stage, and depending on how it evolves, again, the processes, tools for actually working with the metadata list in the catalog, for extracting information and visualizing it, become available, to actually visualize the measures over time of completeness of different tables in the data, or if it makes logical sense. That would be ideal to report, because that really gives us in-depth information.
Okay. And on this aspect, I would like actually to go back to what Susanna has presented.
I think, Xavier, I think that Miriam requested to comment further on the previous question. Miriam, can you speak?
Yes, I think so. Can you hear me?
Great.
Yes.
Oh, yes, finally,
Thank you.
yes.
Yeah, thank you. So, yes, just to clarify, because within the scope of the Minerva project, it will be very difficult to do a detailed data characterization, but as part of the IMI conception project, there is a extensive development of quality indicators that we are being tested, and they consist of 3 levels. completeness, logic, and then benchmarking. And especially the latter, of course, is always dependent on the use case or on the specific question that you are addressing. So some quality indicators can actually be made on the level of a data bank, or if you talk about completeness. Others may actually, if you go to a level 3 check, which would be more benchmarking, would need to go on the level of a study almost. So it's I think we are dealing with different layers of complexity, and they would need to be regarded also when you look at the quality indicators. So, for example, just to make it very concrete, you would want a different quality indicator if you're talking about drug utilization studies where you need information on a population and the drug use. That's different than when you need quality indicators for a full association study where you need also covariates and outcomes. So the quality indicators or the fit for purposeness is dependent on the study question as well.
Okay. Then I'm just looking now back to the presentation that was made by Susanna regarding the selection criteria for data sources. And actually, there are no, unless I'm mistaken, but I don't see any criteria linked to the quality, to data quality, or what Robin mentioned, validation studies that would have been made. Isn't it an important, perhaps, component or factor that could or perhaps should be considered, whether there has been already some data quality activity, or because you may then include some data source for which there will be information saying that there is no data quality performed, or because this will not be the work of populating the catalog to do the study. So how would you then see data quality as a possible indicator of criterion for inclusion of the data source?
Mm-hmm. There was some discussion about whether making the criterion to enter data very restrictive or keep it as open as possible, given that also that for particularly emerging data sources and data banks, the quality may evolve over time. So the idea is not to make it as selection criteria initially, but since there will be metadata in the catalog, that will inform prospective investigators, regulators, etc., to whether this is available or not. And then obviously there would be more caution on one that doesn't have these elements of quality already, that there are not metadata on quality, or that it is blank, or that is very minimal, versus those that have more robust quality results in the metadata selection. All these aspects in terms of validation and so forth, that's also something that can be incorporated. But the idea was not to keep data sources and data banks out by definition, but be very much aware that in the life of data collections, the quality tends to be evolving in a positive direction. But it is something that we can revisit at the end of the pilot, certainly.
If I may add, Susanna, I think you raise a very important point about new, relatively new sources of data, and that's something that we have discussed is how to make sure that they are sufficiently captured, and one can argue that it would be better to allow the metadata catalog to include more data sources and then require them to provide information in a transparent manner about the measures, indices of quality, of validity, that then for a specific use case where quality is required in some areas more than others, or there are certain demands or needs of that data source, that can be determined on a use-by-use basis, perhaps. And that could only happen if the data sources are allowed to enter the catalog itself.
Okay.
So that's just some food for thought.
Thank you. Perhaps one of the last question is a question from Christian Woman asking whether there are links between the metadata definitions and the existing ontologies, for example, data use ontology, describing data use conditions, restrictions, and requirements, or metadata schemas existing in other areas, for example, clinical research, and with reference to the ECRIN definitions.
This is a very important point. This hasn't been explicitly reported in the deliverable that we submitted, in the metadata list itself, in the report, but much of this list, because it's also founded on existing initiatives, is rooted in existing ontologies, but it's a big priority of the next stage of the project to work on directly mapping, especially when implementing the metadata in the form of a catalog, to implement any existing ontologies where possible. And I hope that you hear more about this in 2 sessions' time, describing the proof of concept catalog.
Okay, thank you. And perhaps now the last question from Patrice is that indeed pharmaceutical companies have to do studies for regulatory authorities, and very frequently these studies are using database from Europe, but also from other countries, from the US, for example. So the question is whether the catalog would be limited to European data source or could be extended. I'm not sure this is a question that you can answer now, but...
Yeah, we included in the inclusion criteria something about in Europe because that was the scope of the project. But again, the same as with the regulatory use cases, where we're coming very much from a regulatory safety tradition, but there's no reason why this shouldn't be applicable to many other regulatory use cases when real-world data are used in other applications. It's the same for the countries. At the end of the day, we are diverse enough in terms of languages and dictionary enough, so a little bit more diversity will not be actually will be a good thing. So we're not, I think the bottom line, we're not thinking about this as an exclusive restricted project, but the focus is on the Europe because that's how the project was started.
Okay, yeah. Okay, thanks. I think that we had a very good discussions, and it was extremely useful to be able to have answers to questions asked by stakeholders, and this was very useful. So I think we can close this session here right on time. Many thanks for the answers and the patience, and we will then have a break now until 4:50. So and then we will restart with session 3 on the process to collect metadata and sustainability. I'll see you later.
So, dear colleagues, it's now 10 minutes before 5 in this afternoon in Europe, and I welcome you back to the last 2 sessions for this workshop today. As you can see with my background, I'm affiliated with the Danish Medicines Agency and a colleague of Nikolai Brun, heading up the Data Analytics Center. And it's my privilege today to be chairing the 2 last sessions. I'll be getting some help by my good colleague Paolo at EMA to do so. This 3rd session will be on the process to collect metadata and the sustainability of what we just saw presented earlier. And I have the privilege here to welcome Miriam Stirkenbaum, who is a professor at the Observational Data Analysis currently at the Global Health Group at the Julius Center in University Medical Center in Utrecht, and before at the Department for Medical Informatics of the Erasmus University Medical Center. She has a PhD from the Faculty of Mathematics and Physics in Groningen, a pharmacy degree from the same university, and a master's in epidemiology from the Harvard School of Public Health. She is past president of the International Society for Pharmacoepidemiology. So Miriam, I'd like to give the floor to you to present on the FAIR catalog sustainability and metadata collection process.
Thank you very much, Jesper, for the kind introduction, and good afternoon, good evening, ladies and gentlemen, or good morning, wherever you are. So I have the privilege to discuss about sustainability and modalities for data collection. So next slide, please. So what I would like to start out with is first to see in which environment such a catalog would actually be embedded. And in order for something to be sustainable, and let me give a definition of sustainability, it means the ability to be maintained at a certain rate or level. The best thing is actually to incorporate it in ongoing initiatives and current policies and projects. So I'm first going to describe a bit in which realm we are actually operating. So in 2016, I think a key document were the FAIR Guiding Principles for Scientific Data Management and Stewardship. And in the introduction, we have already heard about that, but it's really guidelines to findability, accessibility, interoperability, and reuse of digital assets. Why did this, what they called Go Fair initiative start? It was really to give data greater value and enhance the propensity for reuse. So it was really recognized that in this current world where we are generated all type of information, it's extremely difficult to find back and to reuse. Now, the FAIR initiative, or the principles really emphasize machine actionability. So there is also a limit to our human capacity. So we should go towards machine findability and reusability and inoperate. So it's about both human as well as machine retrievability. Next slide, please. So we go a little bit further then into FAIR before we go to examples. Findable means really the first step in reusing data, and both data, so where we, that's in a data bank or in a data source, as well as metadata, which are allowed, we use to describe them, they should be easy to find for both humans and computers, as I stated before. Now, what is really important, I think, and will be a key issue for sustainability is that they should have an identifier. So data should have an identifier. I'll come back to that later because I think that's where it's currently lacking and it's a challenge for sustainability. So once the user finds the required data, she also or he needs also to know how this data can actually be accessed. So that means how can we reuse it, and are there actually certain criteria for reuse? Then the data needs also to be interoperable, and it needs to be integrated with other data. And I think this comes back with the discussions we are having about whether we could link to UPass registers or other type of registries and then interlink. Then the last part is about reusability. So it's the whole FAIR initiative is to optimize reuse of data. And so it needs to be well described. So this is the basis. And the next slide, please. So why is it so important? And I'm just demonstrating here a paper which was done by the colleagues at EMA, by Kelly Plusk and colleagues, and they actually reviewed in the realm of real-world evidence. They were interested in seeing whether any of the European Union funded initiatives, whether they could actually use it for regulatory decision making and what was actually available to them. And they did a big search of all initiatives, and at the end evaluated 65 different projects, with a total value of more than 700 million euros that had been provided to them. And the conclusion, I think, was quite pessimistic in the sense that a lot of data and information was not reusable. It was not easy to find. There were duplication of projects, and there were really gaps in how this data could be reused for regulatory decision making. So I think this study underlines the need for fair ecosystem in this regulatory use case on real-world evidence. Next slide, please. Now, I put this slide in here because there seems to be sometimes a mixing of concepts or terminologies, and it's important to clarify them. So if we talk about fair, it doesn't always mean it's open. So we all have heard probably about the European Open Science Cloud, which is an infrastructure for open data sharing. So open data means you would actually be, able to reuse the data. Fair does not always mean that data is open. It may be, and that's what you see in this intersection, but it's not necessarily so. So for something to be fair, it does not mean there is open access completely. As long as the access is actually described and the rules are clear, a database or a data bank can be fair. So it's important to not misunderstand fair with open. There can be overlap and it would be great, but it's not necessarily the same. Next slide. So in order to think or to put this into context, I've been looking and we have heard about certain catalogs, but there is a very, I think one of the first catalogs was a catalog which is called Bridge to Data, which is a private initiative held out of the US. And in this initiative, which was set up by Judith Jones, there was it tried to really describe all key database features and a listing of a catalog of data sources. And in what you see here is a description. It's the type of databases that are included: longitudinal, electronic medical records and claims, cohorts, registries, surveys, national surveillance systems, etc. And actually, this catalog incorporates more than 330 standardized database profiles. This is a private initiative, so it's accessible, but it's restricted access. I think that's important to see. If you look at the right screen, which is an example, you also see that there are listings, but there are hardly any persistent identifiers, I would call it. So identifiers for data bank institutions. So it's a nice list of metadata, but not necessarily fully fair or machine readable because of the lack of persistent identifiers. Next slide, please. Another initiative that we have heard about was the catalog, which was created by the European Medical Informatics Framework, EMIF, which was a project funded by the Innovative Medicines Initiative, and they created also catalogs and hosted catalogs from other initiatives. But, and this is a paper from our colleagues, José Luis Oliveira, and it's describing the effort. But what you see there as well is that it's a nice initiative and an infrastructure to host catalogs. But as soon as the project is ended or a project ends, the information is not being updated anymore. So that pertains to our discussion on sustainability. Next slide. So then we come to the, the already mentioned NCEP resources database, which is there as well, next to the UPass register. And there is a link between the database of resources and also then a link to the UPass register. So there is a nice catalog potentially, but if you look at this, it's somehow sustained because the European Medicines Agency is hosting this and paying for the infrastructure, but actually the updates are not always done regularly. So there is a time lag in the updates of the data. Next slide, please. Now, if we then pursue with the discussion on sustainability, what is always the first question to ask ourselves is what actually needs to be sustained to help in Europe to have real world evidence be more fair, or to be really along with the FAIR principles. Now, this is a graphic from a very nice report, which is really practical in how to turn FAIR into reality. I would recommend you to read this. And it shows actually that if you talk about metadata, which is the gray layer, it's about the contextual documentation. But actually what is very important is that there are a lot of other components. So we start all with digital objects, which is data, code, and other research outputs, which is at the most basic level of any type of study or description. We have these digital objects. In order to retrieve something or to have it fair, what is needed is that we have identifiers and persistent and unique identifiers. So that means that if we talk about an institution or a person or a network or a data bank, each and every item would actually need a persistent identifier. And we see that we have some of them. So for persons, the standard now is to use ORCID codes. For data banks, as far as we know, there is not yet a persistent identifier or a way to identify them well. We do have study registers, and the UPass register is one of them. So you could actually take that as a unique identifier and link out to that. But what is really important to make something machine readable is that we use these persistent identifiers. Then also the standards and code that are being utilized should have open documented formats. And then we have been talking about the metadata, which Roman really showed, like what is the contextual documentation that we need around all of this to make it actually richer. So if we talk about sustainability, if you have long-term sustainability, what is really needed is that we actually do not only talk about the metadata that needs to be sustainable, but also about all the other underlying components that need to be sustained. Next slide, please. So here you see an overview of, in that report, of the components of the FAIR ecosystem. So it's actually an ecosystem that is within a certain use case. So we can take that regulatory use case, and we have all the components that need to be sustained, actually. And so if we go here, it's on the upper line left part, it's actually data policies that define and regulate like how data can be accessed. There's on the right-hand side the people, the researchers, funders, publishers, data stewards. They need to have certain skills. They can define this cloud in the middle, which are then the FAIR digital data objects. And of course, it would be best if these are described by the standards and comply with the standards that have been defined in the ecosystem. And then on the left lower corner, the pertinent identifiers that need to be assigned to all of this. And of course, and how to use this should be defined in a data management plans. So I think it's important to realize if we talk about such a catalog and the ecosystem of real-world evidence, that it's not just metadata, but that there are more components that need to be defined and be sustained to make this a longer-term sustainability. Next slide, please. So here you see a overview of the use case, so strengthening use of real-world data in medicines development, and some bullets on where we feel we are, and I can walk through them. So I think the FAIR data ecosystem and policy is really embedded in the real-world evidence regulatory use case. And it would be great to define together with FDA and Health Canada and colleagues across the world, like what such ecosystem should look like. There should be a data management plan of the catalog. The FAIR digital objects need to be linkable and clearly beyond what we currently have in catalogs, which is a nice description of metadata, but without any persistent identifiers mostly. Then if we want to continue and make it really fair and sustainable, what would need to be defined is actually identifiers for data sources and data banks. We're currently struggling, I think, across the world on how to, unambiguously describe a type of data bank. and the concept that Rosa was talking about will help, but it's still not completely covered and defined. And we need to link in with current ongoing standards such as CDISC, which are coming there in HL7, of course, but we need to also agree there. Then there is the component about data use, and Morris will also show that in the example. You know, how do organizations collaborate? What type of common data models can be utilized, and how are these utilized in studies? Next slide, please. So what are the required elements for sustainability, as we just described? First of all, we need to embed all of this into the principles that the Commission is looking for. So we need to live up to the European Open Science Cloud standards and policies and guidances and infrastructures potentially, as well as the FAIR principles. So I think what we have shown today shows that many of the concepts are aligned to, but we are not completely there yet. The catalog infrastructure should be a FAIR data node. It means that it's actually accessible and could be machine readable or searchable. We need persistent identifiers for data banks and data sources. And for institutions, we need to decide what type of identifier we will be utilizing. So one of the options could be the code that the European Commission use when we apply, so the PIC code, but we need to have an agreement on what we use to identify institutions. We need clear standards to describe the metadata, and we have heard from Roman about that, like what is the current list in the Minerva project. And then what is really needed is both the maintenance of the infrastructure, so funding for the maintenance of the IT infrastructure to link into the standards, to the vocabularies, and to all of the digital objects that need to be identified and linked into. But then also there needs to be an update that is actually being done by the organizations or the institutions that access data. So from my perspective, what is really important is that we start talking about different layers of information and life cycles, because if you have in a catalog institutions, if you have a layer of institutions, you have a layer of studies, you have a layer of data banks, they may all have different requirements to update frequency. So it's not a simple one-time frequency, but we should establish how that is being done. And next slide, please. One of the options that we are seeing in Minerva is that we have already touched upon, is that when a study is being conducted, the study investigators would use first the catalog to search it, but also to update it when it's actually conducted through a certain institution using a certain data bank. So really populating the catalog and updating the content of the catalog based on a study perspective. This is also something that national funding agencies are using. They require, a data management plan for each study. They require that you have a data steward and that there's some budget to actually make data fair at the end of your project. So I think this is an example of how things may happen that has some precedence, at least in publicly funded studies, in at least the Netherlands that is happening, and I hope also in other countries. So by talking to the founders or the initiators of the FAIR initiative, they plead that actually 5% of the study budget is reserved for a data steward activities and making data fair. So I think that's one option. That doesn't, of course, pay for the infrastructure itself and the need to update, vocabulary standards, etc. So that would require a separate funding stream. So next slide, please. So in order to maintain the ecosystem, that there is also a need for central funding and updating, and I guess EMA would be a very good option given what they are doing with all the NCIP register where they have, where it's shown that they really can maintain and maintain this. So that's a very good basis. And any other initiative, I think, which is project bound, where catalogs have been built, would fail that because of the funding structure in Europe, where we have like project-based funding, that once the project is over, that the sustainability actually is a problem. So the infrastructure really needs to be sustained by an organization that has this mandate and the ability to do this. So a more thorough exploration of all of these options is scheduled later in the project. This is running 1 year and we just started. So we will be thinking about this and be discussing this with the various stakeholders and describe it in the deliverables of the pilot project. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Miriam, for a really, really good presentation and kind of laying out the challenges and the experiences a bit as well in terms of creating sustainable metadata collection processes. I know also on your behalf there were some feedback from stakeholders. I just wanted that we should take a look at those before we proceed with discussions. So the floor is yours, and to Rosa too.
Thank you. So if you could, so what we have done is we have received quite a lot of feedback on the survey question about the preliminary options that were described in the deliverable on the process for metadata collection and sustainability. So we really like to thank all of the commenters and people that provided the feedback. We have categorized it in two slides. First, one with topics that hopefully, or we hope that have been clarified a bit in the presentations. So first about data entry and maintenance. So we really, I think the only way that it's feasible is that there is as much as possible cross-linking, and as Morris stated, there is a clear, source, data source, but others link into it. So you need a router basically, and with some source data. So that's one part. What also will be, what we also hope that has been clarified is that roles and responsibility, like who will be completing, updating, will be, clarified in the next months as we proceed with the project. And that there will also be more specification of, what is entered prior and what is done after the study. So each of the life cycles of these different digital objects, what needs to be updated when. And then also the funding model will need to, like we would both have like a centralized approach that I was just describing based on for the IT infrastructure and linking, but then also a study-based funding model. This is where we are working from currently. But of course, during the discussions and your feedback, we may also further fine-tune that. There were also questions, a lot of questions of whether we would be linking into available standards, and I hope also based on the presentation here that it's clear that we will be doing that. So we are aware of CDISC and of course the fast healthcare interoperability framework that's linked to HL7, and then the other schemas that people were proposing, DCMI, DCAT. I mean, we're not fully, we haven't been diving into all of those, but clearly Morris in the informatics system will be talking about that maybe even more later. Then we will maybe where they are lacking, such as the description of the type of data banks and the prompts, we may want to suggest certain standards and also discuss with CDISC and other organizations in this field. Versioning, and this was a question which was addressed also before, will be extremely important, and Morris already responded that we will be looking into versioning of some of the items in the, at least of in the catalog, those that may change most rapidly, such as data banks. And then for the use cases, I think it has become clear also throughout this discussion that, the use case for such a catalog is both, finding data sources, potential data sources, or institutions or networks. So it's a finding of, but it's also clearly a catalog is also the opportunity to really describe what has been done, so you can re-access and reuse the data. So it's both finding and reusing of information. Rosa, do you want to add anything to this before we go to the next slide?
Yes, I agree totally.
Okay, so maybe then the next slide, and then we can have a more open discussion. So the points that we feel are for discussion that were coming out of the feedback was really like the quality of information, and we have already started to discuss this, I think, in the prior sessions, like who curates, who verifies that whatever is put into the catalog is actually correct. So that requires further discussion. The relationship with the UPass register, it's also something we have already discussed. That if there would be identifiers, it could be linked, but it's open for discussion still on how to establish that. Funding for basic metadata updates. So there should be an incentive to share initial metadata for discoverability, and then there needs to be a process for updating. And of course, this is also still a point open for discussion on how to do this. Access options for different stakeholders. So in the examples, you noted that if you go to the bridge for data and also the AMIF catalog, they are not completely open. They have restricted access, so you can get logins, and how you get that depends, but it's not fully open, whereas the UPass register is fully open. So I think this comes back to the discussion we had that fair does not necessarily always mean fully open, as long as it is accessible. That's important. And then there is the discussion, I think, about identifiers. So what persistent identifiers are we going to use for the different digital objects that we actually need to describe and to capture? So maybe we can open the floor, Jesper, for...
I think that would be a good suggestion to kind of reach out if there's anyone who would have opinions around some of these topics. I appreciate the overview. Maybe we should leave that on the screen for now, because there definitely are some challenges here that you so rightfully identified. I think the identifiers for sure, making sure that you have that quality in the data bank itself and can maintain that. And Paolo, if I could have you to have a look whether we had any questions during the presentations. Other than that, I think in the meantime, I'd just like to catch one item you mentioned along the way, Miriam, with the publication on the EMIF project. I took note that the publication was in 2019, yet within, and it's not specifically to that project because it probably goes to many projects where the funding ceases to flow, and then suddenly there's no infrastructure to maintain what was created. And I think it really goes to the point of saying that we need to think really carefully about how do we look at future implementation of initiatives that carry networks, that carry the ability to utilize data and to create that data quality. Because it's in reality, the investments that are being done in one project we often see are being then reproduced from scratch in another project. So it's not like we're sharing our mechanisms for ensuring data quality or for ensuring our way to describe the data that we have at hand. And probably it goes to the other work stream that falls under the big data steering group, which is on data quality, by the way. So this is the ability to identify. But I think one other point you then mentioned, just realizing how easily things can then die off. you mentioned that maybe you should think about data steward investments of like 5% of the total grant. I'm just wondering whether, if one thinks this through and with your continued work, could this be considered a really cheap investment, considering if data can truly, to the principles of FAIR, being reused, right? And the data management tasks that have been invested in, and all the cleaning of the data, the preparation of the data, the harmonization of the semantics underneath. I mean, all that tedious work that requires what you normally say is like 80% of the work, right? So if that 5% could save us 80% in the new project, I mean, it could just, from the discussion here, is that too far away, or is that something we should look into? What is the economy of this, right?
Yes. So maybe a couple of comments, because you have many questions. And first, so I think what is really important is that we distinguish between the IT infrastructure to host a catalog,
sure,
which is one thing, and actually the EMIF infrastructure to host a catalog is still existing. And it does host data from various projects, but the point I try to make is that the updating of the information, like the data banks and that doesn't happen anymore. So it's then it becomes a bit. You can have an infrastructure, but you need to sustain both the infrastructure as well as the updating, so that it's updated and alive. I think that's the key. So you need two parts. So then I think in thinking about where to put a sustainable infrastructure, I think it needs to stay with an organization that itself has a European mandate, at least, or is sustained. So it cannot stay with a project which have a finite lifetime as it currently is. So otherwise you need to, you need a business model to sustain that. That's, I think, what it needs. So it's best hosted by an organization such as EMA, or can be any or the Commission, but I don't know where. But it needs to be in an existing organization. So that then takes away that there needs to be this basic infrastructure. But then what needs to be sustained is that it's updated, so that all these elements are updated, and that I think you could do from the budget on every study, where you make sure that you use a data steward that is then putting it in a fair way so that it's accessible and reusable in a good manner. So that's my idea among this.
May I also comment on this about this 5%? Not only it is this is how we are, this is our vision, but of course that would need testing. But our vision is that 5% not only would be a good investment in terms of like a big part of the data, of the metadata that you entry in one study, then you would find and just need to update in the next study. But also we are trying to design a catalog that supports the study throughout its life cycle. So it's not a chore to update the catalog. It's just functionalities that you bring from the catalog and that support the development of your project itself.
But it still always comes back to making sure that we lower the barrier of keeping the catalogs updated, so that the data that's in there can actually be trusted. And it then really gives you the right pointers, as we have here with the identifiers, to the right entities that you need to talk to if you are to fairly reuse the data, so to speak, right? So making that connection possible.
Mm-hmm.
In the future work that you're going to do around this, could you elaborate a little bit on what your approach towards what happens with European health data space around the thinking of data permit authorities? I mean, any roles they can play in this?
Well, the EHDS, or the European Health Data, that's I mean, they just had their initial report. So I think it's a key enabler. If there would be a regulation on how to do this, it would be an enabling factor that brings us further to want to do this. So I think it's needed, and it will be supportive. And how it will be structured exactly, I think that we will need to discuss further also, you know, with the EHDS development and also with this project ongoing, but there clearly is a link to that.
Mm-hmm. Just highlighting a few of those more national initiatives are in the same realm as we're describing here, trying to metadata catalog the entire wealth of registries they have at hand. I think I can point to 3 different, if potentially 4 different initiatives in Denmark alone that are actually meta-cataloging the registries. And then I'm aware about other countries that are doing something similar. So just highlighting that there's something to harvest learnings from, or plans or ideas from, that go a little bit beyond the academic institutions that have been giving feedback to this substantial overview that we are having here today. It's just for finding the right place to anchor those who should also, whether we can debate if they sit on a data bank or data source, or if they are providers, they may actually play a really important infrastructure role where metadata is at the core of what they're going to deliver, because that's the only way that they can ensure that the data they house and quality assure is actually fully described. We all know of the examples that were given here today in terms of how important it is to have that from the source, right? That you need to define the inclusion criteria, like the birth registry we talked about earlier today, saying that if you don't know that this was actually only those who had given birth, that was a triggering point. Some of those things you will know at the source, and they become more and more delicate the more accelerated some of those registry creations have been. I think COVID-19 has given me the best example I can think about that people should think about is the testing strategies we applied for the past year. If you go into any cohort today to understand COVID-19 disease progression, you need to think really carefully about regional, local, national testing strategies. Just being aware about that your metadata is actually at the source where that is being captured. That is where you have metadata to flow along with the data. So having these concepts of fair data objects that also kind of encapsulates data and makes it machine readable is, I think, is super important. Otherwise we'll probably end up in quite a massive maintenance of metadata itself. So just a few comments to that. But the funding, yeah, please go ahead, Paolo.
If you want, we have also a couple of questions in the, in the chat. If you want, or... Okay, so I saw a question from Mehmet Burku. I hope I pronounced correctly, from Vaccines Europe. And in particular one, maybe one for Xavier, is for any new regulatory focused real world evidence study, is the entry into the metadata catalog going to be mandatory or voluntary? Maybe that is for Xavier.
Yes, yes, I'm going to answer probably that. This is Paolo. This is based on legal obligation. I assume that the question. In terms of legal obligation, there is no legal obligation, and yeah, the only legal obligation is for marketing authorization orders to register post-authorization safety studies that have been imposed as an obligation in the risk management plan. So this means category 1 and category 2 studies in the risk management plan. And the text says that it should be registered in a public register of studies, and in the GVP module 8, this is translated into the EU PASS register. So this is the only obligation. So for all other studies, this would be voluntary.
Thank you, Xavier. Then I have a question from few people made a comment. I read, for example, the one of Kees van Bokov from BD4BO. I hope, again, I pronounce correctly. It says, Small correction on the EMIF catalog that is actually still actively being used in several projects. Maybe for Miriam?
Yes, so indeed, as I stated later, is the EMIF infrastructure is available and it's hosting catalogs such as the big data at heart, but the EMIF project itself, the where it's being used for that project, that's not updated anymore. And the same for an advanced project, which was also hosted there. I mean, then these projects end and this data is not being updated anymore. So it's a hosting now for new projects where they can actually host it, but the data itself from those projects are not updated anymore. Thank you for that question.
Jesper, we have other question from Christian Oman from Academia, ECRIN. I'm not sure if I fully understand that question. I will read it as it is written. What about ROR for identification of organization institution as a PID? I don't know who would like to take this question. Someone from the consortium?
Well, for me, ROR, I mean, I would need an explanation of what that means. For me, it means a reporting odds ratio, but that's probably not what you intend.
That's the thing about acronyms.
Yeah. Let me see. Okay. Maybe.
But I think to that point of what was from Kees, right? It's you will probably come across a number of other potential identifiers, and obviously it needs to be weighted which of these are the most relevant to use and propose. And maybe some of these, like the institutions, could have multiple ID types that would be equivalently well suited. I'm personally happy with the org ID as one example that's kind of taken off the ground, right? So.
And Christian just wrote a research organization registry for ROR.
Right. Yes. Okay.
Okay.
And you never know. There could always be a little room for blockchain and stuff in there as well, right? So just saying that could also be part of it. It seems to fit in everywhere if you wanted to. Any other questions in there, Paolo?
There are another couple of them. For example. So from Sigrid Bear from FPIA, challenges with a study level collection of metadata on data sources include potential inconsistencies and potential many entries for the same data source. How will these challenges be handled?
Yeah, well, this is indeed something that we need to address and decide. As I said, for me, the essential part somehow is that the study in itself is well documented, and then how this translates into information that is somehow unique for the data bank and for the data bank. One possibility that we could consider, and that maybe goes into what was said earlier, is really to try to some extent to somehow incorporate the data originators of the data banks into the process somehow. So one thing is how the research institution documents its use of the data banks and the data source within a study. Another thing could be like a kind of official or more formal definition of the data bank that is somehow in charge of the data originator itself, or endorsed by the data originator itself. That would be a possibility. For data source, that is really challenging for me. We need to think about it, because data sources in themselves, in some sense, do not really exist outside of a study or outside of an organization that often use the data banks together. So we need to think about it. I'm really open to suggestions and discussion.
Thank you. So we will need to reflect on that.
Yeah.
And maybe Jesper, Do you want to go to the next session?
I think we should, and then we can always kind of collect what other questions may come about, right? Should we just proceed to keep the time schedule? So for the next session, our proof of concept catalog, and thank you for those just covering the session we went through. I have 2 speakers for that session I would like to introduce. So Moritz Wertz, who is professor of bioinformatics at the University Medical Center in Groningen, with a focus on fair data infrastructure for large multi-center studies and computational methods for omics and rare disease. He also heads the 40 Feet Bioinformatics Service Facility, GCC, and Mulgenis open source software. He is the PI of the Horizon 2020 UCAN Connect and leads the FAIR catalog infrastructure innovation in the Horizon 2020 lifecycle, Athlete, Long I2 tools, EAP RD, Solva, the EOSC Live, IMI Conception, and EMA Minerva. Quite a list, so this will be a substantial piece from Morris. And then also Elinor Hyde, who is project manager at Genomics Coordination Center at the University Medical Center in Groningen. Her expertise lies in more than 20 years of experience of working on IT projects, both at the European level for clients across Europe, for PricewaterhouseCoopers, and the company level for the Dutch national gas transport company, GasUnie. Working with many different IT projects, she has designed, programmed, and tested systems, trained users, project managed, and managed clients, and everything in between. At UMCG, she is the project manager for Federated Catalog Infrastructure project, such as Athlete, Longitools, Conception, and EMS Minerva project, and the UCAN Connect, for which UMCG is the coordinator. So I was really happy to have a really experienced project manager to present here together with Morris on the preliminary proof of concept catalog tool. So the floor is yours, Morris and Eleanor.
Thanks a lot, Jesper, for all your kind words. So because I will give a demo, I will do something unconventional, which is sharing my screen. And then I can start the presentation. So thank you for all of you for staying on so long. It's a long day, but really exciting information has been shared. And in this presentation, I will give a preview of an activity that's planned later this project, which is the delivery of the proof of concept of a catalog tool. So we really can bring all this metadata alive and see how this works in practice. And this work is done, of course, with all the partners of Minerva, but in particular the UMC Utrecht and the Regional Health Agency of Tuscany. So I'll present 4 topics in the coming 20 minutes. So first, a short positioning of this activity in the whole project. And then I spent most of the time first on describing the steps we plan to take to implement the tool, and also a short demo on how it looks like, so that hopefully inspires feedback along the way. And then the last part will be summarizing discussion, also including the excellent feedback that we got from you all via the survey. So the positioning, this is the task to deliver the tool. And this list will be familiar by now, but of course it depends largely on the decisions on the metadata that we're discussing today, as well as on the process that we're going to define to collect actually the metadata. And in particular, the idea is to minimally enable evaluation of the metadata. So probably get this out of the way. But also have the ability to search, and the goal is to reach proof of concept, and I hope actually we can get a little bit beyond that. So we can spend most of the time on the content actually. And what I suppose also that we will spend a lot of time on is to produce user interactions that will hopefully delight specific user communities. So specific searchability, dashboards, visualization capabilities, and so forth. Enabling comparisons, for example. And in some cases, we might need different levels of access, although ideally as much of it would be open if we can. So the approach, the next section, of course, we expect once the tool is delivered that we have a lot of user evaluations. So I will focus here only on the building process itself. So we'll build on open source, and the goal is to actually also deliver the concept of the tool as open source. So the point of this slide is to basically say we're going to reuse existing building blocks. So we use this little piece of software called Mulgenus because I have a lot of experience with it. And it provides us with the building blocks to do this hopefully faster. But more importantly, this same software is also being used as part of the catalog of the S3 BBMRI, that's the biobanking infrastructure of Europe, which is maybe an example of how a catalog might become more sustainable by having both national nodes and the European node maintaining the contents. Although I can also say from experience, there's a lot of challenges with that as well as building from existing Horizon 2020 projects. So you can connect and lifecycle have been named, as well as the MI conception project, for example. And I think this is also the right point to really emphasize that we plan to implement this on fair principles. So actually the metadata should not be locked up in any software, so also not into this software, but should be able to be extracted into interoperable and machine readable formats, so that we actually can easily ingest the same contents into other catalog tools if we would so desire, or maybe other tools that would make it beneficial. So some of these interoperability features are available in this Mulgenus, so that will hopefully save us some time. And something else, I will show a series of steps, but in practice we will implement what's called an agile process. So we will work in iterations, so we probably go through all the steps quickly, and then evaluate and then adapt and go through those steps quickly again. So I hope that makes sense at the end of the presentation. So what's the first step we're going to do is encode the metadata items that we have been discussing today into a tool. And that basically means we need to define them properly, such that the computer also understands what's going on. And here we'll make use of a metadata description format that is part of this Mulgenus software called EMX. And the nice thing of that, it's actually an Excel-based format, which as a computer scientist is sort of evil, but it's actually very practical to be able to discuss the contents of the catalog also with less technical people. So I think it's really nice. And then based on this definition, the software generates then the user interfaces, so we actually play around with it. So actually today we discussed the so-called fair digital object. So this is actually this place where you define these things. And what do you then get? You get something like this. So there's an example of a screen that was generated based on the definition of what databanks might be in terms of the metadata. And the idea is that you can then use this to quickly evaluate whether the metadata that we thought of actually works in practice. So this allows us to have web forms. You can actually quickly enter the data. We also have all kinds of standard screens to start filtering and searching in the data. So I hope this will allow us to quickly evaluate whether we are on the right track in terms of contents. So once we have done that, then I expect most time will actually be spent on tuning the user experience, because while these generic screens are pretty nice, usually in order to address particular questions, you need to have bespoke user interfaces really fit for purpose. And the coming 3 slides are just a few examples from other catalogs, because I think an important point has been made today already, is that we should not invent the wheel, but start learning from existing ones. So these are just a few examples to explain what I mean. So what I would expect, for example, is that we would like to have a good overview of the data banks. And we might learn from how the BBMRI Biobank catalog does this. They have this little cards for each of the institutions, which is shown on the right. And then for each of these institutions, they say what kind of data, or in their case, also sample banks do they have, which are cool collections here, which you see on the right. And then for each of these things, you can have all kinds of details, like what kind of type of information is there, or what are standards being used, or what kind of numbers. And then I would suspect that we would like to have ways to filter and search within them. So over here on the left, you see examples of how this might look like, filtering on particular topics that are relevant for today, like the COVID-19 studies, but also availability of more general information, like the diagnosis of materials. So within the project, of course, must decide what we think is important for Minerva. Another thing I think we can learn from is that we would really love to be able to drill down on these common data models that we've been discussing so far. And this is an example from how on an existing project called Lifecycle, which tried to find a way on how to do it. So with Lifecycle, it's an EU project aiming to integrate data from 20 birth cohorts and enable integrated analyses thereof by having their data predicted on the same common data model. So what you see on the left is a view of their common data model in terms of the items. And then you can select an item and see the details on the right. But I think the really fun stuff is then to also enable comparison on the data banks that they have against these items. So this is an example of how it might look like. So each row here is a data bank. In their case, it's all cohorts. So LSPEC is a cohort, for example. And then the columns indicate the different common data element items that they have. And then with this green and yellow tick boxes, you can learn whether the data is actually available or maybe partially available. It's not ideally collected yet for the common data elements, but something similar. So these are examples on how user interactions might be developed. And I think we really need to think together on what are the questions people want to ask to the catalog and then tune these user interactions. So in parallel, this is basically on the end users, we also must invest in improving the experience of those providing the data. And one way to do it is to enable validation of the contents provided by all kinds of stakeholders. So we discussed different sources of the information, and then provide ways to quickly assess whether the contents is actually provided adhering to the contents of the metadata catalog. And then you might have screens that look a little bit similar like this, where you basically get checkboxes for each of the items provided. So these are focused on end users, but as I said before, a very important part of the project will be also to expose FAIR interfaces, which in this case mainly should focus on the I of FAIR, which is interoperability of the data. So we will expose the metadata that's being collected in the catalog in all kinds of formats. And on the right, you see how this might look under the hood. It is actually using a format from the semantic web, courtesy of the FAIR data point framework that we've been discussing before that Miriam presented, which is from the Go FAIR initiative, which can all kinds of other formats. And then for normal users, it may look more like this, this is basically a view where actually it's a catalog of catalogs. So all kinds of catalogs from all around the world have shared their metadata on the data that they have in a unified way, and then you can actually search them in a comparable way. So I think that's really important. And this also ensures that the way on how we capture the metadata can be extracted from the catalog, so we don't get locked up in one particular software. And then finally, and maybe this is a bit ambitious, but Roman already hinted to this, is that we really would love to also have ways for users to compare the contents of the data banks also on qualitative and quantitative metrics. And this screenshot is just to give you some flavor on how that might look like, because here you see a view where different data banks can be compared on particular properties. And then we can imagine that you have counts, but you can also do something similar within one data bank and then a few properties in time. And then again, I can imagine people wanting to filter. So in this case, it's actually genetic data, which is my personal background, but I imagine we can develop something similar, but that's specific for the real world data that we're looking at here. So with this overview as background, I now want to give you a quick live demo on how this might work out in practice. And maybe a big disclaimer, I'm a computer scientist, so I've entered this data only to serve as examples, and there will be massive errors. So I hope you're not too much distracted by that. So let's switch screens. So this is how we basically start with an empty canvas. And then you basically can start to create tables into the system, and probably like a data bank, and a data bank probably has an acronym which actually might adhere to the standard that we just were discussing over the chat. Maybe it can function as the persistent identifier at some point, and you probably want to have some description added, and probably some institution is actually responsible for this data bank. This is a silly example, But yeah, once you have entered this, then what the Molgenis tool will do is to provide you actually with the ways to interact with this data. So we could actually start to play around and see whether the metadata actually works. So let's say there is a databank called CAP, which is actually, I believe, a bird registry, which is actually hosted by the health agency in Tuscany. And that's basically how you can start around with it. And the nice thing is that it immediately provides you with all kinds of interoperable interfaces to export the data into, for example, semantic web formats, which are these guys, or something more readable for humans, like this Excel format. And that basically provides you with an overview of what's inside in terms of metadata. Make it a tiny bit bigger. So actually the data model we just entered is here, including the definition, and also actually the data we just entered is here. So we would fast forward this whole process. We get something more bespoke, like this. So this is actually the metadata about the metadata that we have captured in the prototype so far. So you see, for example, details about institutions that might have an acronym and name. And for example, we invested a lot in what are sort of common properties of all these things, like data sources or data banks. And we even started then to map these things, for example, to interoperable definitions. DCAT has been mentioned. So these are examples of DCAT codes, but maybe we should use DataCite, or we should use schema.org or bioschema. So these are always all kinds of ways to ensure the interoperability of this data. So these are basically defined in the complete structure, which is, well, extensive. And then you can also have data represented in this. So this is actually examples from the conception project. So courtesy to Miriam and her team, where you basically can have all kinds of information on the content. So this allows ways to get data in and out in a more batch format. And so if you have done that, you would load it into the system, you get something more like this. So this is the vanilla Molgenis, where you basically could drill down into these data banks. So this is a nice interactive way. You could even edit it, or institutions, and you can search. Or maybe you rather would like to do it a little bit more systematic, and then tick boxes like I want to have the information from Denmark, for example. So this would be still basic playing around. And then we started to spend some time on the next step, which is can we think of easier user interactions that are a little bit less overwhelming than I should show now. And that's how we came to this as a first try, where you basically here on this level have the collected data. So the data banks, who might be groups in data sources and are hosted by institutions, or integrations thereof, where institutions work together in networks and have together decided to integrate data into common data models. And then, the ability to also describe studies done on this data. And so this is actually the demo that we started today with, where Roman basically demonstrated that you could find studies, and given a study, you could drill down on sort of what is the data sources being used. So I'm really apologizing if you make major errors in the contents here, because you can read hopefully what's there. But this allows you to sort of navigate the whole space of metadata that's out there, and having different ways to search in them, because here you may want to again search. And this all looks a little bit nicer than the vanilla stuff I just showed you. And then, there's many more things we might want to do. So one of the areas that we're still developing is how could you actually describe these common data models, and how could you describe how individual data banks actually map into them. So this is how we currently describe it in the conception project. So there's a common data model in conception, which may have a table called visit occurrence. And then there might be a data source, in this case, the Tuscany Health Agency again, which has a table called SDO. And then we can describe for each of the common data elements, which are shown on the left, what are sort of the rules and syntaxes used to actually harmonize the data towards this common data model. I should probably say map, because I'm not net. So I probably should stop here. And move to the next part of the presentation, which is the discussion of the survey results. But I don't know, Jesper, whether you first would like to have questions.
I think we will probably take the questions in relation to the stakeholder feedback. A really convincing presentation here that you gave. It looks so easy to navigate that. I'm pretty sure the rest of us would require some time to actually learn it. But convincing. Thank you.
Cheers.
Impressive what you have achieved so far.
Yeah. So, it's really nice to have these multidisciplinary collaborations where you get those inspiring ideas. Yeah. So I really want to thank you all for the great feedback also we got, and many of the items had been discussed in the previous sessions. So the main question that we asked around the tool was, please share any questions or comments regarding the functionality of the envisioned catalog, as from the perspective of an individual or browsing the catalog, or those wanting to enter the metadata. So we got a lot of okays and blanks, which is nice, and also a nice compliment. Thanks a lot to really compliment us for this remarkable catalog so far. So we grouped the comments in 4 main points that we observed. So of course, feel free to fully disagree with these categories. But the first one was visualization and presentation of the data, pointed on that. A second line of comments were around the wishes for search and filter capabilities. And then there were quite a few sensitive points about the management of the data, which I think we should be calling data stewardship. And the last area, of course, about these FAIR principles and what we should do to really optimally adhere to those. So these were the points on the visualization and presentation, and I used these suggested green tick boxes to really emphasize that we were very much in line with all these comments. I think they were all really great and spot on, and often a little bit further ahead in their thinking than we were ourselves, but they're all we're aligned in the direction, I believe. So the first thing is, of course, that we should make sure that it's quick to get an overview on what data source might be of interest, so you don't drown into it, which of course is a challenge if you have so much metadata and different opinions on what's important. Also, a nice suggestion is to also allow recommendations or suggestions of additional variables so given data that you see, to maybe also to sort of take the next step, which I think is an innovative thought that I really would like to explore further. The wish to be able to compare data banks and their differences, so you basically are enabled to understand what is sort of the data source that's most useful for your purposes in given a particular question. A very important point that I've been delving in it already today is that it should be very clear what the accessibility conditions are. And we have been discussing this data use ontology just a few minutes ago, which might be a way to precisely define what it means to have accessibility conditions. And the last point is also the ability to see the statistical variables, but also comparability. And so I've shown in the prototype that we can list to a large extent the variables collected. But yeah, we can imagine that we go beyond that and also have some descriptives on these variables, so we really can understand to what extent these variables can be made comparable across data banks, or maybe even comparable within the data bank. So, for example, time periods or patient counts or other quantitative or qualitative metrics like statistics, for example. So the second group of comments was about search and filter capabilities. So on one hand, you would like to enable browsing of the data, so basically clicking your way through the metadata space, and also have ways to quickly drill down on, for example, keywords or menus and whatnot. In addition to having abilities to filter the data on important characteristics, and quite a few examples were given by all different reviewers, like country or third-party access, or the time it takes for the data to be updated, or existing studies that have been done on it, and so forth. The third point, I think, is a very important point and also a very challenging point, is to be able to search on links between the data. So you saw this picture with these 6 boxes, and you might want to be finding variables that are in a databank that are hosted by a part of a particular data source or a particular property. So we really get these links into the metadata. And I think that's really important to understand these wishes, which I think make a lot of sense, and may also influence the choice to what extent we can create hyperlinks between catalogs that already exist, and to what extent actually data must be indexed together so that it can be searched together. And the last point is for the more advanced users to also be able to compose more complex queries based on logical operators, for example, and or. So you can precisely define whether requirements that you have as part of your filter are mandatory or optional, for example. So the third point of review survey results was about suggestions for improving the data management or data maintenance or data stewardship of the data. So somewhat overlapping concepts. So the idea that information should be able to be provided by general users. So I think that's very important that we really think on different processes and how this data can be maintained. And one of the things that we didn't put in the slides, but we actually came up today, is also I think on how you ensure a certain level of quality of the annotations. So that should be part of the process. I mean, how can you be sure that the data entered in the metadata is actually of a certain level of quality? So of course, reducing the amount of work of data entry is an important point, and that includes pre-specified lists of codes, so that people can choose from existing institutions, for example, instead of having to enter all these things themselves with all kinds of inconsistencies as a consequence. But also to ensure that we can facilitate automation. And so that's why the catalog has a lot of ways also for programs to interact with it, so that you could have automated submissions going on. And a third point that I think was worth emphasizing is that we want to really avoid data entry repetition, which I think has multiple dimensions. So of course, within the context of this particular catalog tool, you want to ensure that data is only entered once and you don't need to duplicate it. But also that you don't want to necessarily enter data in multiple catalogs if they exist, and you would like to say there's one source of truth and we aggregate it where necessary. So that's why I basically have this little bold blue sentence on the bottom, that the catalog prototype itself is what we call normalized, which means we enter data only once, and that we also have all kinds of ways to integrate data from other sources if they exist. And finally, that more or less links into the fairness of the data. Is that if we do these kind of things, we must be really clear on where is actually a record maintained. So that's what we here nicely call the source of truth, which was one of the comments. Because all these sentences came from the commenters, so thanks a lot for that. And for example, that includes also linking to so-called permanent identifiers. Miriam already highlighted that, to ensure that we know that a record actually is the same record in this catalog as somewhere else. Another important point is that we ensure that we use a shared standard format, and it's actually a separate deliverable was suggested by one of the commenters, and I think I wholeheartedly agree. And we are part of quite a few Horizon 2020 networks where multiple projects try together to agree on such formats, and it really would make sense to also do that in this space. So we make sure that the content is not locked up in one catalog, and the best way to prove it is to demonstrate that we actually can have the content shared between different software tools. And then using these community standards and contributing to them will help a lot with that. And the last important point is that we should also address the issue of versioning. So all of these things, both code lists, like here, like vocabularies are changing, but also common data models are changing in time. So we must address the issue of versions. So that was my take on the survey results, which was really nice to see. And thank you for listening.
Well, thank you for presenting so nicely and so clearly. Impressive work you have achieved so far. And just looking at Elinor, assuming that project managing this is quite a task with all the activities you had going into this. And I can only be a little bit scared about thinking about, if you run this agile, what your product backlog would look like right now in terms of what all needs to be done and what all could come, especially with the comments. But I think that is really useful, and thank you for everyone who has given input for that. Paola, do we have anything in the chat right now where people have had questions and reactions to the presentation?
Yeah, give me just a second.
Sure, of course.
So we have a comment from Andrew Stewart, and it says, one comment and one question. It may also be valuable to include the representativeness of data sources to the population it is from. That is to say, is the country level data representative of that country's demographics? Second, so the question, will we consider all data in this catalog as equal, or will we stratify the data by level of validation rigor, i.e. validated EMR data versus potential inconsistent registry data from patient?
Yeah, I think these are perhaps very sensible questions that actually are probably not really about the software tool itself, but are about the process that we are thinking on data maintenance. So I can imagine Rosa and Miriam have strong opinions about this, but I for sure would think that we should indicate the provenance of the metadata, so that you indeed can see to what extent has it been curated and by what authorities. So maybe Rosa or Miriam, you would like to comment on that?
So the extent to which our thinking has arrived with respect to that is as follows. Definitely so for us it is clear that at least at the beginning the quality of data stays with the reputation of the institution that is submitting it. So it is you that with your name, your face, under your responsibility, you declare that this statement is correct. And then, as Miriam was underlined, it is clear that for and also that emerged from our interviews, it is clear that there needs to be a kind of internal authority for the catalog that makes sure that the data, that the metadata that is included in the catalog is internally consistent with respect to the definitions that we give of the items of the catalog. And as far as here I arrive, then whether there could be a kind of automatic qualification advice. This is what the question refers to, that okay, whenever I input something in the catalog, then there is a kind of automatic process that is triggered that says, okay, this data source that has been represented in the catalog is good or bad. That's I've not. What we can think, Maurice, that's something that we can do is to think of how we would capture this information if it was generated by somebody. So this is something we can do in the catalog. Yep. But whether that it's difficult for me to imagine now or even during the extent of the Minerva project to establish a process to somehow qualify all the data sources that are included in the catalog.
Yeah, so I think it's indeed very ambitious to also include that because it's really this provenance of data has really a lot of research going on recently. But what I can imagine, we could pilot to what extent we would be able to explain who is actually the individual or organization that has entered this data, and think on ways on how we can do that in a way that it will help the user, so the one querying the data, to make decisions and say, okay, I only want to have reports on data banks that are actually reported by a particular authority or not. But it quickly becomes very sensitive in all kinds of ways. So I think it's really something we might want to pilot together with a user group. I really saw this point from Guinea on all kinds of testing. And it might be part of an activity like that, that we make a proof of concept on how that might work and then evaluate with different user communities. But as I said, I think it's quite an ambitious goal because how to do this properly is quite difficult.
Again, coming back to your product backlog on this, I could imagine there are quite a number of things that should be preceding the full automation. But I think obviously if you want to have full trust in the quality and validity of what is in the catalog, then the more that is automated from the source originator, I think that should probably be something where it lowers the workload, it minimizes the risk of error, and also it then also bears a little higher level of quality in respect of this is truly generated with the concepts of fair digital objects, if that could be a possibility. One thing you just showed in there, Maurice, which I think is also to the question or the comment I really appreciate, is the ability to describe the population in different cross sections. That could ideally be something of a catalog as well that actually allows you to understand the population behind the different data source and also understand the validity and representativeness of those populations that may sit in those data sources. And that would often explain to you if there are data errors, if there are quality issues. It will also explain to you if you are kind of overlooking an inclusion triggering event, so to speak, to a cohort. That should be important to highlight if you start to see distributions of age or gender or medications or biometrics that look different than any other. I mean, that's a different way of doing quality, right? So I think that could be a different use case of the catalog over a number of years, which I think would be super important. So,
I agree, and we have extensively been discussing that as well. And as a computer scientist, I immediately wonder, so are there controlled vocabularies on how to define this? Because at the moment, it's quite challenging to do that precise enough. I mean, I think the team with Rosa and the others have done already a lot of efforts there. But yeah, I mean, if you do this as a large scale, it needs to be done with a sort of a coded system, and that might be a challenge.
I agree. Paolo, anything else from the chat? Questions, comments?
Yes, we have another one or two questions. Sure. This is a question from Jeannie Acha from, I think she's from Europa Bio, if I'm correct. And the question is, will industry scientists be included in a sandbox beta testing phase? If you don't mind, I can take that one. So at the moment, we are doing this study with the Minerva Consortium, and the POC is merely a proof of concept that is going to allow us to look at the metadata and visualize the metadata. Is not something that is going in production in that sense. We will do further planning, and as soon as that is ready, we will communicate. Then we have another question from Mandel Ag. Will the catalog allow analysis to inform the DAPs of data gaps across data sources and in turn trigger the DAPs to develop linkage to additional data banks? Primarily thinking of laboratory data in the context of COVID-19, which is currently scarce in real-world data sources. I don't know who from the consortium would like to take this one.
So, well, definitely, as I said, one of the ambitions that we can be confident to accomplish is to kind of somehow draft, at least draft an ontology of prompts, which eventually would accomplish what Mendel is suggesting, because you may then search databanks. You may search data sources that you want a list of prompts to be included. Like, for instance, you do want laboratory results to trigger to prompt records in the data source. So that would be a yes, if I have understood correctly the question.
Yeah, I don't know, Rosa, whether you would think this works, but I can imagine that by cataloging them, we will make the data sources comparable.
Oh, of course, automatically.
And it will allow us to also view the differences between them. And if we also can make visible to what extent linkage already has been done, then I hope that it sort of will inspire the other databanks that might have gaps to do the same. Something like that, I can imagine that this will induce. But maybe I'm being overly optimistic here. So.
No. Well, I mean, normally data access providers are really happy to link all the data banks that they have access to if they can. So it's not that oh, it never occurred to me that I could include laboratory values. If you don't, it is because you are not allowed. So or you're not, or they do not exist, because that's something that happens. But in terms of of understanding really nicely and quickly, so which prompts are covered by which data source, that should be, I think, a given once we make the classification, a decent classification.
Thank you. Thanks for the answers. I think that probably also opens doors to some of the incentives that needs to be there for those reporting in data, right? That if you put something in, you can also use it to then connect other data sources for your own research projects. And in addition, if we talk about some of those data elements, your ability to compare your own data quality to really go across, and if there are possibilities in the versions to come that could argue this then gives something in return for those putting in data, I think that may more incentivize their willingness to keep data updated in a catalog. Any final questions, Paolo, from the group before we close our part and hand it over to Peter?
Meaning, I think, yeah, there's some question, but I think they are going to take more than 30 seconds. So maybe,
okay,
if you want,
we'll probably need to catch those later and respond to people about those. I just owe it to Nigel Hughes, who actually wrote in relation to the EMIF project that is actually not correct, that is completely closed down. Some projects are continuing to update their data post-project. They just need to state that for the record. So I think that is clear now. Thank you, Morris. Thank you, Elena. Thank you, Rosie. I mean, thank you all of you for participating here and giving input. I'll just hand it over to Peter Lett for a concluding remark for today.
Thanks very much indeed. Peter Ollett here in the EMA building in Amsterdam. So, dear participants, I guess all of us are digital objects in various databases as well, probably. So, dear digital objects, we as regulators want to be able to discover data. We want to know its quality and its characteristics, and we want to be able to understand the methods by which studies are conducted. We want a high level of transparency, and we want to be able to judge the evidentiary value of studies. And in this way, we can define the place of real-world evidence and decision-making, and we can also support stakeholders. Finally, we can also contribute through this work to building a European health data space, which is the big policy initiative at a European level. So today we've discussed the draft recommendations of the Minerva study, specifically on metadata and definitions. We've looked at options to collect and maintain or sustain metadata, and we've looked at a proof of concept pilot database for metadata. We've had a rich discussion. We've had some feedback, which I have to say will help the consortium with progressing their report, but also the European Medicines Agency and the European Regulatory Network in taking forward our work on data discoverability. A few thanks. I'd like to start by thanking the EMA and the EU Network colleagues that have contributed to our workshop today, specifically Paolo Alcini, Stephania Simoe, Gosha Durka-Grabowska, Jolanta Palep-Shietiene, Xavier Kurtz, and Jesper Kjær and Nikolai Brun. I'd also like to thank all the members of the Minerva Consortium, both those that have spoken today, but all of the colleagues doing the heavy lifting in the background, to all of our speakers today, And finally, to everyone that's followed this workshop and posed questions. I think people will be wondering what the next steps are. So firstly, we will be having a report of this workshop, which will be posted on the EMA's Big Data webpage, and then further developments on catalogues for real-world metadata, as well as for post-authorization studies and observational studies more generally, again, will be posted on the Big Data webpage, which is part of EMA's website. So on that note, I wish you all a good evening, and that we have a future with discoverable and impactful real-world data. So thanks very much indeed. Thank you.